Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. We are on the final case. Well, final. We still have the DLC left to go. However, we are in the last... Well, I believe it's the last courtroom date, and some shit's about to go down. We found Apollo's dead. We found out he's dying no matter what happens. That's sad. We got, you know, he was put away, or tried to be put away for his wife's murder, and also the murder of the guy who kidnapped Maya, and then, oh my god, it's such a complicated weave. So much happening. Hydrate already? Oh my god. Thank you, Big Boss, for the... Okay. Alright. Just count those up for me, will you? Okay. What else happened last time? It was just a really big investigation day, and we finished off the last trial, which leads into this one. Well, he's still going, so... now I've lost my track of thought. Now I've lost my train of thought. Well, all you need to know is Apollo's dad's gonna die either way, and his wife slash Apollo's, you know, stepmom, I guess, is living, is kicking it, but we assume that's Nana from all the evidence we've gathered so far. All right, 10. I was gonna wait to crack open my first drink of the day, but never mind. We're starting off with that. All right, let's do it. Oh yeah, by the way, I was supposed to get my new capture card today, but it didn't get sent out until this morning, so we won't get to use that until next week, unfortunately. And I'm hoping that'll just increase, you know, the quality of the visuals and stuff. And I thought it was about time to upgrade, especially with the Switch 2 coming out, just in case. Yeah, it got shipped this morning. Great. I got the Elgato HD60X Eternal Capture Card. External. I wish it was eternal. Alright, 10 for realsies? No joking? That's 5. That's 9. There. Okay. Let's go, shall we? Oh, right, I gotta turn the audio up. I was doing other stuff. My bad, it's so low. There you go. That's better. My phone on silent? Yep. Okay. Let's go. It's complete chaos outside. Less than 1 month until 3D Mario? Oh, well, yeah, we'll probably get to see it, right? Yeah. You know, maybe. I hope so. I hope we at least get like a little tease, at least. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. Everybody wants you dead. Oh, and one other one. Divination seance bullshit, but you know. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter of deliberation. Yeah, I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kirin. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk's innocent, but... I have one more big secret. He's dead. He's dying. Apollo! In court! Oh, right, and there was a big secret that we wouldn't get revealed until this trial. That was a big mystery. It's a big boo. I'm guessing it's just that Rafe is his daughter. You know? Seems pretty likely.
You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept.
But that line does make it sound a little... eh.
But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all.
Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night on the slammer. Had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Yuta said something to that effect. That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Kuranese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one, you'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. I like calling Apollo AJ. It's fun. Alright, here we go.
Let the trial of Dirk Sadmari begin.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nyuta.
This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Kaku Kurin and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigartha. Wow, her last name was Cigar. Kurin. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable? Acceptable? I'm going to put on my acceptacles now. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmari? Prosecutor Sadmari?
Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him?
How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere today?
Not at all, Your Majesty. Yeah, we got a different judge in a different country, you know. It'd be weird if the judge was hopping countries. How Dirk got to the States? Not at all, Your Majesty. What, you mean like initially? When he appeared at the office? Are you gonna be able to go through this? Are you gonna be able to go through with this, Nayuta? I'm guessing Phoenix may have just smuggled him somehow. Because he came across the same time.
Well, Prosecutor Sadmari, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I've heard mention that you are son to the accused Dirk Sadmari.
You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty?
A father being prosecuted by his own son. Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene?
Yes, without question.
Can he really handle this? I mean, even if he is Prosecutor Sadmari, going against his own father is just... Look at the son of a criminal beats.
Dirk?
Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. I was gonna say of his father, because that'll also happen if he wins. Isn't that right, Nayuta?
I will not stop until my work is done.
See? So all you doubters just sit back before you trip over your own stupidity. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. Well, in any case, if Prosecutor Sanmari has no issue with this argument, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
One moment, if you would.
No, we're not doing Venom again. I'll just make her normal, I think. Unless she gets really evil, and then I'll let it happen.
Your Eminence?
Your Eminence, what brings you here? Oh my god. Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true! Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Sadmati, personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen gonna prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There's no need for concern. Before we are crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really?
Merciful, I know your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigata Kunyan.
Yeah, no prosecutor's ever been evil before. Yeah, okay. First Your Majesty, and now this? Why doesn't anybody tell me these things? I'd heard she served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister. We've prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us.
I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice.
Our first trial is in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Oh boy. Oh! What? Bro, come on. You're not even trying to pretend to be like a good guy no more. What is that? What is that? That's a Marvel character. That's a Scarlet Witch costume. Like, what is this? What the? That's Queen Garan? Talk about an extreme makeover.
It's all coming back now. Feel my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Kirin, for I shall permanently slice and dice and grind you up into hog feed.
I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality? Would. I mean, I wasn't saying she's not hot, but like, it's a little overboard, you know? Bro's got that whole sexy villain shtick down. And her theme song? Not too bad. I'm not a big fan of like traditional, Asian music too often, but it's kind of going hard. Then you got the choir coming in.
Know this, lawyer.
Yes?
That beauty Parker is mine. Keep your mitts off him. Now that I stand as a prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is.
Meep. She's dead serious. Now it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth. I'm coming. I mean, I'm here. I'm already here. I'm here right now. Oh, you're talking to your daughter. Bless your, please. Bro comes in at a 100. You should never exceed 50.
Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence? I understand it may be difficult for you, but we may proceed. May we proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell?
I think you may have been hanging out with AFK a little too long. Perhaps a brain cleansing is what you need.
If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence?
What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. You did have an ultrasound yesterday? Real? Jokes aside, real? Real life? We need to lock you in a box. That's all. Yeah, that's true.
Put her in the pit.
Lots happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved's father. Of her beloved father. She found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that'd be enough to shake anybody up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember it being this depressed. So, I did notice something when she went into her, villain persona, she started to... Persona! Whenever she went into her villain persona, it, like, changed to her speaking in, first person. So I think this is kind of like a venomish thing. Wait! Garan didn't do something to her, did she?
Your Eminence, about today's divination seance, as I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. It's deviation from protocol, a part of your plan.
Prosecutor Samadhi, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. Something was wrong with your blood tests? Bruce got that fucking radioactive spider blood. Spider blood, spider blood. Spider blood, spider blood, radioactive spider blood. Bow, 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 bow. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you've done this? Oh, poor Blusher. I hope it all gets better. I hope your spider powers kick in soon.
Bam, 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 bam. Spider blood, radioactive spider blood.
Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati? That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Take Laser's liver, he doesn't need it. That's true. He's too clean cut, he ain't gonna drink alcohol. Just take that. Just snatch that. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance.
You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence and any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear.
Prosecutor Sadmati, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? Can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand.
Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest?
We shall not. You fool, spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Bro, ain't no mama talking to their daughter like that. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... This woman is the fattest pass. That's funny because Big Boss just said would. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Something tells me she really wants this divination seance. Guess she put in a lot of work to make it look like something. You say smash, you're pegging pegged. That's better. See? Problem solved. Poor Ray. Oh, sorry, I was on the screen, so I thought I was talking. Go ahead, Apollo. Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? Well, I guess we'll see. Line snatcher. Oh, my nose is all stuffy now. Oh! Damn you, allergies! I'll get you next time! Very well, let us begin the divination seance. Nada, my robe. No! Well, looks like Nada's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head. Yes? You removed my robe. What? Why me? I'm not getting attacked with those charges, too. I'm already gonna get put away for death. I don't want this on my life.
Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Rudd.
But by law, I've got to do it? Oh, boy.
Can't you see she's ready to begin?
Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Right to be Nana's replacement. It looks like she's grooming Mr. Right. Oh, shit. Reverse. Uno reverse card. Discord kitten Uno reverse.
Very well, Your Benevolence. Please start when you're ready.
Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There's no turning back now. I know.
The final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting. You know,
Oh, Holy Mother,
wonder what song they're
we
gonna play
hold
for this one.
divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped.
I don't know. Last time it was Miku Fortnite. I don't know what they're gonna play this time.
O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, they always play like a unique song here, so I don't know. Oh, well, getting started. All right. Oh shit! Oh my God! No way! Oh my God! No! It can't be! Spider-Man! I'm sorry. Radioactive Spider-Man. I'm definitely gonna get copyrighted for this. It's worth it. Spider blood, spider blood, radioactive spider blood. Sorry. Better than this shit. That show's goated, by the way. The original, well, I guess it's not the original, but the Spider-Man TAS, the 90s one. Masterpiece. It's a little goofy, but it's really good. Alright, I guess I can turn it up now. Well, I only paid like 10 seconds of it. It should be fine, right? Should be fine. I was yelling over it. Oh, 40 seconds, sorry. Oh my.
Your benevolence! Is it the spider blood? The radioactive spider blood? Sorry. What's wrong?
This is unacceptable.
Bailiff, benevolence to the first aid station at once.
This isn't good.
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her beloved collapsed so suddenly?
Seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. Disappointing. Carl grilled cheese. Disappointing. Jimmy Beast, when you add these milkshakes to the menu? The socks are way too dirty. Take them off. That is not comfortable. Alright. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year. Ever. I mean, of course Rafa's gonna be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to the witness testimony. Your Majesty.
Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would.
I feel like she knew she would. Mr. Wright, how do you feel about adopting another child, you know? Coincidentally, this one may also be tangentially related to Trucy through Apollo. So technically, you know, it makes sense.
Is this not the accused?
It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than an unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution.
That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. Apollo, you seem to forget that all he remembers is being dizzy. I know that's not how it technically works, but if Phoenix adopts Trucy, Trucy's blood brother is Apollo. Apollo's foster dad had a biological son and daughter, who one is under the queen, thinking that she's her mother. You know, it's a few bits removed, but... that seems uncharacteristically fair of her.
However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty. And their heads will roll from their shoulders.
I should have known there was a catch! Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Garan. This isn't gonna be like a jealousy thing. Like, she did this all because she was jealous of Dirk. She was jealous of her sister. I mean, obviously for the queen part. Yeah, maybe they would throw the love angle in there too.
Now then, Mr. Dirksen-Mari, if you could enlighten us as to what happened.
Well, I would, if I could. You see, it all started when, I heard a faint something in the wind. It went a little like... and that's all I remember. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I had no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, yeah, I don't think I did. It didn't go against everything I believe in.
That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon.
Objection? He literally just said that. He said he held the murder weapon? Okay, like, that's just kind of goes without saying.
And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Well, that certainly seems to point to the finger at you, Mr. Sarmadi.
Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk to try plead his case, only to fail miserably. How low can she go?
Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair.
You know, back in my country, we still get paid whether we win or lose. When we try our best, that's all that matters.
Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way.
Now then, will the defense please continue their cross-examination?
What are we supposed to fucking cross-examine? There's nothing here.
Objection! Why were you drowsy? Were you still jet lagged or some shit? You were struck by a sudden dizziness? Was it because of his illness? Oh, yeah, I said that in my head. Don't know why I continued that like it was the end of the sentence. Is that something that's ever happened to you before?
Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all.
That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse. One befitting an insidious insurgent. Oh my god. Do I have any, like, I don't know, antihistamines or something? Because, fuck, man. Makes it really hard knowing that I'm all stuffy. Oh, wait. I think I do, actually. Yeah, I got some. Hopefully this will clear me out. Ba-ba, 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 ba-ba. Oh yeah, Big Boss, I don't know if I asked this before, but I was gonna ask yesterday, but you weren't here the whole time. Is the music in the Great Ace Attorney really good? I'm looking forward to hearing the music in that one. Because, you know, I know we kind of talk about the music every now and again, but, like, genuinely, Ace Attorney has some of the best, like, music in all of gaming. Like, I ain't even joking. Like, so, like, the courtroom deliberations is just like, it shouldn't go that hard. This banger? Alright, good. Second game uses the same tracks? Oh, okay. Well, it is a sequel, I guess. And Ace Attorney does reuse a lot of tracks for, like, nostalgia's sake. You know, just because, you know, why not? You don't think this classic theme of, like... Ba 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 ba. It's so good! Like, sure, it's not complicated, but it doesn't really need to be. It excels at what it needs to do. It really gets you into that lawyering mood. Makes it feel more cohesive. Yeah. Well, let's hope they continue that with the next one. Did I say it was the best of all time? Dude, this does not touch Persona, okay? It does not touch Persona. I'm just saying, it is good. It is great. It should not be understated. I did not say it was number one. I said it's one of the best. That's what I said. I didn't say it's number one. Ace Attorney the best of all. Yeah, but you accused me of saying it's first. I didn't say it's first. I said all of gaming. You know how much shit tracks there is? What are you talking about? I did not say it's the best of all time. I said it's one of the best of all time. That could mean there's like 3,000 games with some fucking banger-ass music. If I gotta put a crown, it's going to Persona. You can't accuse me of this. I literally did not say that. Godot's theme? Hold on, let me get a refresher. Godot theme. I did not say Ace Attorney is the best music out of all gaming. That's not what I said. I said it's got one of context, people. Fragrance of Dark Coffee. I mean, see, how can you deny this? Oh, hold on, wait a minute. I could definitely actually hear that in a Persona game. But no, I think Persona just goes like way too hard on their music.
A most cunning excuse, one befitting an insidious insurgent.
No.
A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Don't make me laugh, Your Benevolence. Oh, malevolence. Oh, getting fancy here, are we?
How dare you!
I'm merely stating my innocence. I've no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch.
Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall?
Well, that would certainly speed things along.
Hold it!
Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can just say it through me, okay? Aiming to stop you from needling the queen.
Next time you have an objection, you better have some proof to go along with it, Dirk.
The accused, sorry, went into my distant cousin from the States. Oopsies, my bad. We'll continue with that. He does recall the crime.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? I wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
You called, Your Eminence? Does she go anywhere without those goons?
There was a third party in the tomb, was there? When you were securing it?
No, Your Eminence, but we searched high and low, but found none of the sort.
And there you have it.
Oh, right. They did search the place. Hey, I'm in the game. Let's go. It's me.
My guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape.
That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world.
What a waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy, as if our graves weren't already deep enough.
Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none.
You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let's let the accused's statement be added to his testimony.
Very well, Mr. Salmari, if you would.
It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. Boo boo, boo boo, boo boo, boo boo. Wait, did Split Fiction come out today? Did that come out today? When did it come out? Oh yeah, it did come out today. Oh, well look at that. I thought it was, I don't know. I literally just saw it, like, when it was in the, I think it was in the PlayStation Direct. Huh, cool. It's already got 9s out of 10s. Is non-existent? Yeah, that's a bunch of baloney.
Objection!
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated. Because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb.
Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale.
We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Fey were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone, so the situation's been grim.
What's this, but who would have done such a thing?
That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong?
The bloodstain belongs to... Oh, right, we can't really say that yet. That hasn't been proven. I'll have to say real killer. I guess I was really reaching there. Yeah. A real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would have given them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in that tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a well-known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there might have been someone hiding there. Must have.
Very well then. Tell me this. Where was this third party hiding?
Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. The coffin, you fool! The empty coffin! Come on, I've been saying this the whole time, it's a tomb!
Let's have you on to defense.
The Shamagharphagus!
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, but even the Queen, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be... inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests a DNA test of the bloodstain. Did we already get that done? Did it not match anybody? And we'll see who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Oh shit! Such insolence! Oh my god! Oh ye gods!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders.
Huh? The trial's not even over. Whoa!
How soon you forget. You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment.
Ugh.
My sinuses. Oh, my sinuses. Oh.
She's an airbender. Fucking look out, bruh. You know when you blow your nose so hard that your whole head vibrates? It feels like you just spat a bit of brain into the tissue. Yeah, that's not fun, and it didn't really fix my problem. All I did was request a DNA test.
There's no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now.
Here you are, your eminence!
The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Sadmati.
What? But Dirk wasn't injured. So where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up.
Dirk's illness.
Still, there was a lot of blood. Did he really coughed up that much? Did he wipe it to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Ah, shoot, you got me.
Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this blood stain would lead us to the real killer, did you not?
About that.
Or did you not make that claim of your own volition, Defense?
Yeah, I did. After she stared you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. Nayuta's just sleeping. He's just, yeah, he's taking a little nap.
Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility.
No! Praise be Queen Garan! Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare! I hate to say this, but she really got us good.
The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it.
Okay, then you were the killer then.
I mean, but you can't. But I have an alibi, of course.
Okay, then the previous queen did it. And she's alive, and here's the proof.
Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though?
What if the real killer's still in there?
No, that's just ridiculous. Yeah. Why would you say that, otherwise? I think Nana's probably in there. Hopefully alive, if our theories are correct.
I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening, Dirk Sadmati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt? Has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder.
No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. Oh, hold on, guys. Hello, Mario.
How are you all doing? Welcome back to Ace Attorney.
Well, actually, I'm gonna combine this with the other stream. I forgot about that. I kind of just went into regular intro mode. Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, everything kind of broke once that happened. OBS went into full screen mode, and then even though I was pressing F11, it was not functioning or responding, and the capture card was fucking the computer up. So a reset and a bunch of cable management later, it is all working, and we are good to continue. On the VOD, I should have split it or not split it, I should have combined it. So really nothing would have really happened. And I'm just talking into the wind. Let me just re-ping Discord on the bulletin board. On the bulletin board. There we go. I checked and stuff, and it was a new setting I've never seen before that allows me to stream in multiple different qualities, which I thought that was just active by default, but I put that on, so now you should be able to watch the stream in a various wide range of qualities to the maximum I'm able to deliver. And that's excellent, I think. That works perfectly for me. Especially with this new quality capture card. So, we'll see what it can do. I'm thinking of maybe doing, like, Marvel tonight with a new update to try and test it out, but I guess we'll see. Because I'm back to work this week. I'm off my break, so I don't know. It depends. But yeah, welcome back to Ace Attorney, everybody. Let's continue, shall we? Yeah, I don't know if it's going to actually provide, like, a bigger upgrade, but it'd be good to get a new one anyways. See what it provides. Oh my god, you guys, they added Mario's Picross to Game Boy. This is the ultimate thing we need to have. Okay, let's continue. So this is why Garand allowed us to cross-examine Dirk? By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder? She's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have even a bigger problem. Well. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Oh shit. Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk Sadmadi.
What's this? You shall pass judgment? But, Your Eminence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Kurin, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused.
Oh shit. Well, fuck. Well.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut.
Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Convince me.
Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, you gotta keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party.
How am I supposed to do that?
Why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder?
What?
This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. And what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? It might just work.
Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe they summoned the Holy Mother into the previous queen, and then that killed Inga. Because that way, the previous queen isn't the murderer, but also, you know, can work as the murderer as well. Dirk became the prime suspect, because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there's another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? By the way, are you guys able to select multiple qualities now? I did accept that term on OBS. Can you guys, like, pick different ones? Because I thought that was just a natural thing of all content, but no. On OBS, you have to, like, select it. Different qualities, different video qualities. It was an option in the OBS that I was looking at, so I was like, oh, well, let me put that on and see what happens. It means that you can watch on worse quality internet.
What nonsense is this?
Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. Your internet sucks, so you hope that helps? Yeah, if you're on auto, it should switch between them naturally. But if you, like, click the settings icon, you should be able to see maybe video quality. And hopefully that helps. But you do have internet, American internet, so, you know. Naturally, it would probably just be better anyways. After the body was found, after Dirk entered the tomb. After the body was found, after Dirk entered the tomb, before Dirk entered the tomb. Before? Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable.
Why, of course! I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. By the way, I know the game probably looks identical because it's an Ace Attorney, and if there is any change in quality, it'll probably be on like a high fidelity game. But does it look any different at all? It might just be my imagination, but it does look a little, maybe just a teensy bit sharper. I do have to output 1080p on my computer anyways. I don't have a fucking Mondo PC, but you know.
I see, well, that certainly does make sense.
So far, so good. This might actually work. Thanks.
Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction.
Yes! Finally, sex! I mean...
Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain.
Burr said slain.
Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has been recovered.
But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
Poor judge. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
I hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Must I perform the divination seance?
Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence.
Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. Well, after what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again.
Prosecutor Sapani, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
Oh, we're back up to 6,000 kbps. So I guess I'm streaming at the max quality I can, comfortably, but it's doing multiple, so people with lesser internet can watch it like 720 and below. That's good. That would mean that, you know, games with like high intensity graphics will actually look okay and not like be fucking bit crushed to hell like Mario Kart, because some of those Mario Kart just look dreadful. I mean, you can sit through it, you know, it's still Mario Kart, but like all the shit flying past, it's like, oof. So yeah, this is definitely needed, especially with the new Mario Kart coming out. If we can make it look like as pristine as we can, that's all we need.
And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see. Be that as it may, your benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there's no need to let it trouble you.
I know.
Garan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status? Sounds like it, but what could it be? I don't know. That John Pork over here is her dad? John, I'm gonna die right after the trial is her dad? Real dad? And Abima is a little nanny who might be already dead?
Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous.
Oh, wait, right. Sorry, I should probably actually ping everyone.
There we go. Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what's required of you? Yes, I'm ready to testify.
Very well then, your benevolence. Your testimony, if you please.
I need to oppress her to make it better. Bop, 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 bop.
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. And at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and the company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered it at about 2:30.
Your second floor veranda. Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. Damn, I wish that was my house. So that's the location from which you saw your father? And at about 2:30?
Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30 p.m., no one went in or out until the murder was discovered?
The tomb is closed off to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband.
Or so she'd like us to believe.
Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me, for I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head.
Forgive me, your eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness.
What Rafa witnessed.
Hold it!
You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time.
There's much that weighs on my mind.
I see. She really does sound troubled.
Also, I was scrolling TikToks, so really, I mean...
I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. Yep. Ba-da-ba-da.
Wonder if I'm even up to the task.
I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk.
What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life.
Sheesh, teenagers.
Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda?
Well... At around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb.
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way?
Let me think. There was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters.
Quarters.
After which I witnessed him bolt outside his countenance drained of its usual color.
He screamed and he was looking pale? What do you suppose happened?
I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream?
Yeah, maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen.
Seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm.
Sorry, that was rude of me.
Does the event believe the witness's last statement to be important?
I believe it is. I'd like the witness to add it to her testimony. Let out a scream, eh? Could be his back pain. Maybe. Maybe he screamed because his back was painful. Why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out?
I didn't see anyone else. Just my father.
That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Be nice and leave it be. Press softly. Your benevolence.
Yes?
This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you. But I just want to let you know, I know how you feel.
Please stop. You presume too much.
It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something?
I need no sympathy from you. Go on, have your little picnic alone, Hornhead.
Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Yo, I wanted to be nice. Her dad just died. I mean, you want me to yell at her? All right. Fine, I'll fucking yell at the kid then. I didn't know you're so good at yelling at children, Phoenix.
Hold it!
Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more the better.
Details, you say?
Yes, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or no?
Foreign devil, I'd be gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I'd stopped him then.
I think you've struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. You're the one who suggested I should press hard. Still, that last statement seems a little off somehow. You didn't see anyone in the court, anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. What about the knocked over shit? Do we have evidence of that? Oh,
Objection!
Albie's statement. Yep, around 2. Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone.
That's Nana's. I mean, nothing. Never mind.
Whoa. You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday.
No.
Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw.
Just as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence.
I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because, my mother told me not to.
What?
Why would you care to explain that, Your Eminence? I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Oh yeah, sure.
Objection!
You say that with all the Infinity Stones on your hand!
Insolence!
If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand.
Oh, I will.
Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana.
All right. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard.
Wait. That means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard.
Yes, but only for a moment.
This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means someone else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing.
Ah!
Your benevolence, are you sure no one else was there?
Oh, yeah.
She's hiding something again.
What about Nana? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nana she was gone.
It was a distraction! Distraction!
Yes, and I never saw her again after that.
Any idea what happened?
That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up.
Bro, he was like a tiny little guy. He didn't gobble nobody. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to?
What do you mean?
Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment.
No.
Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since early in the morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder and seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? I think it's probably a lot more convoluted than that. And it's definitely got to do with spirit channeling. And it's definitely going to be really fucked up. But that would mean...
First my father and now Nana. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb. That much is certain.
How can you be so sure?
When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn of water upon my husband's doorstep. Brr. Is that not right, Rafa? Yeah, yes it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. And the bottoms of her shoes would have gotten soaked with water. And if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But only shoe prints can be found. The only shoe prints that can be found belong to my husband Inga.
Huh? Then...
That's right. Nana never did go to the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana.
That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Ah, shit.
Now do you understand?
So what, he screamed when Nana was in there? Like, what? Did he not know that the previous queen was alive, maybe? And Nana had her hat off? And he's like, oh, shit! A rat!
Nana could not have possibly gone in the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is a figment of your imagination.
Another glorious deduction! All hail the genius that her eminence, Queen Garan! Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer!
Udihara Garon!
Udihara Goron. Look at these fanboys fanboy any harder. But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence? What time was it when the dog attacked Nana?
I believe it was about 2:15 p.m.
I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... I know what you're getting at. Yeah, that might explain his scream.
Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream?
Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because... he was attacked by Nana? He saw a ghost! Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Objection!
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved?
If it was moved. Exists? Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there is a possibility.
What utter nonsense. Reef had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed?
You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Naina's attack, but Inga died in that tomb. We need to explain how these two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? Well, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Naina in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb.
I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly unplausible.
Prosecutor Sudmati, what is this fool blabbering about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans are so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. So, he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed.
Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back?
Well, yeah, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Naina with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee. Right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? You are a humorless moron spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence.
Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing.
Oh god, the clowns speak again.
I still can't get over that last clown. Your Eminence.
Ha! Nayuta!
You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain.
Now hold on!
Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain.
Please, stop! Nayuta has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Yeah, I doubt somebody could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record.
Okay.
Right, there must be something that explains this. There's another reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving that.
Very well, please present your evidence.
His medicine. His medicine.
His medicine.
Take that!
Those are my father's painkiller shots.
Sorry, I'm yawning so hard now.
The defense will explain the significance of the evidence.
Minister Inga suffered from a terrible back pain, so he injected himself with these. D's what? D's nuts. Gut ham. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain exactly what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence.
You can't mean...
Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed.
What?
What's this? Are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
I am, Your Majesty.
So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well.
Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nena in his private quarters.
Paganka!
He started yawning again.
Holy mother of Gillen! Are we dealing with the living dead here?
Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss.
Nina killed my father? There must be some mistake.
The defense would like to call Nena to the stand.
Objection!
Seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever.
Well, there's no real proof, but
What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now?
sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nena's involved in this case, one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this whole case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now.
You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you've had no choice but to fight for your lives.
No. The simple fact is I've always believed that Dirk is innocent.
Bah! Still you cling to your pretense? Very well. I shall offer you a bargain. If you admit that the accused is guilty, right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with a wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate.
She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong.
Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? No, we're continuing. Nice try, Gran, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Kowtow? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Oh, don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. Oops. Just pick your candidates, you know, carefully here. Because if you take the defense of somebody who is guilty, then, well, oops. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me.
You nincompoops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you entertain the notion of continuing?
I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth to get a chance in the open. You can't just give up because you're afraid of some punishment.
Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead?
Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. It makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that.
Duty you're willing to die for? And yet, I...
Duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rafa looks like she's really struggling. As Clown Princess, it'll be your job to throw all the pies in the faces of the people and laugh at them. And then it'll be your job to light the cannon, to launch your little guy into a target, and then drop him into a bunch of tar and feather him. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Oh, Rafa. I knew she was gonna have a redemption arc like this.
Very well then. The defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act. And I see no reason to continue with the proceedings. I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. Well, I was gonna say we should just skip right to the execution, you know, right here. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt.
Unless the defense has further evidence to indicate a different suspect.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations?
If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. First, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say the new evidence indicating a different suspect. I don't know. Does it or does it not exist? Do 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 do. Let's just say exists. Of course I have some new evidence.
Ho ho, do you now? How very interesting.
Why didn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. Take that! Butterfly pendant? Oy! Okay, maybe this is a does not exist situation. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. No! This supposedly belongs to Dirk. This site does not. Such evidence does not exist.
Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head.
Glad I didn't walk headfirst in that one then. Yeah, definitely did not do that at all. So, what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial's over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Kyuden? Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting... Well, it certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step.
You mean that you will be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that?
With the help of a certain someone.
You need help?
From someone?
Well, I can't imagine who that could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth?
Maya's, maybe? Or Nana? Can I say Maya?
Take that!
Eep! She was there. Well, it's gotta be Nana then, right? Can't we all just get along? Then we've yet to confirm about this case. And to do that, we'll need... Oh, maybe... Oh, wait. Maybe he's referring to...
Take that!
Yeah, for the, divination seance.
But that's...
Me?
Here in Kyuden, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. That requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. Well, if you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. It'll be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you in your power.
You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time? Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I say it's all up to her now.
Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty?
Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one.
Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Kyudenese law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes! Whoa!
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. As ruling sovereign of Kyuden, I proclaim the following.
Or she's fucking etching it in.
Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional.
What? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious since she was, like, trying to get it done without the seance. that the seance gives us vital stuff. Vital stuff. She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand?
Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I'm afraid. I shall go through it with this. I shall go through it. I shall go through it. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Such insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by this lawyerly guile. You are not prepared. Me? You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Redhead needs my help.
Aww, she's such a good person. Poor Rafa.
Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not Barbed One there overturned them more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone!
This sacred hall of justice has no need for such worthless royal priestess.
Worthless?
Wow, how can she say that to her own daughter?
So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt.
Very well, Horned Devil. If you're really hell-bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent.
Really?
However, should Rafa fail once more, instant death. You two and the accused shall be executed on the spot.
Come again?
This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you?
Yeah. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you.
Hornhead, I don't understand. If I fail, you'll be put to death.
I know. I know you collapsed during your first attempt. We don't need to... Okay. Blah. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you're willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage.
My courage.
Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take.
But it's as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all.
Huh?
In the trials I've been a part of here in Kirin, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth.
vital leads? My seances?
So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
I...
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It's for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave the sacred hall at once.
No, I won't, Mother. Yeah, badass.
No. What did you say? I said no, Mother! For I am the royal priestess of Kyuden. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead in this Hall of Justice do. He proved to me that by risking his own life, it is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk.
Your benevolence.
Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights of it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana. I had believed in them all, above others. But I finally know now. I know what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Kyuden should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggles so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through.
Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you're worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient.
Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today.
Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Let's go!
Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought.
Rafa?
Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance.
The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us. We don't have to watch the dance again, do we?
O Holy Mother, let the eyes of every dance of so that we may
Uh-huh. You rip? I remembered. Oh, he's taking a little sip of grapes. Incense, sour. Yum, 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 yum. Sour grape juice? Ooh. Incense. Yeah, let's take a look here. What's this? Footsteps. Ooh. So, what's going on over here? Let me take a little peek. Hey, how's Maya Fey doing? Man's voice. Holy Mother? Looks up. Pain! Oh, look at his face, it's all...
Oh, Bluey.
Explosion and laughter. Oh boy.
What in the...
A faceless being?
What the hell? His face, it's just like... the picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see.
Father, what was it? What was it you saw?
Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw?
Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed.
How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup?
Divine wrath of the Holy Mother?
Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings.
Let's talk about a sharp left turn into Twilight.
You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to? Why are they laughing?
Who knows? I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband.
Uh-huh. That figure didn't have a mouth. Merry Christmas! Your husband is dead.
I think we're done here, lawyer.
How so?
You claim that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters. And feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But the seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb. Felt great pain, no less.
Oh, right.
Therefore, as I asserted all along,
It was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb.
Everything just backfired big time. Wow, Gran has the devil's own luck, doesn't she?
now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words.
Insight time, baby. I was scared we weren't going to be able to do another insight, but of course. The new mechanic was going to get a send-off. It's probably going to be the hardest one, too.
At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He'd been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice.
The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed.
My father tried to shoot at his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh.
So, what now, Mr. Wright? Oh, it's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. "3 p.m. My father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. Smelled grapes, tasted sour. Constant smell of incense. Suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. Stabbed in the back, collapsed. Maybe this was just his back pain. Footsteps. Interesting. Holds up his gun. Ha 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 ha.
Objection!
No. I just thought it would be the simplest one, maybe. Because he wasn't drinking grape juice and looking. He did them separately.
Especially when you put me on the spot like this.
Ugh. Ugh. I'm gonna have to turn my fan on. It's getting really warm in here. It's only 21 degrees, though. But I guess there's a lot less wind today, so everything is warming up way faster. Uh-huh.
Objection!
Yeah, I was gonna say, that persisted a lot longer. You didn't suddenly hear his voice. His voice was going on for quite a while. Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation.
An inconsistency? Where?
Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder.
Ah.
That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb. But when he heard the voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind?
Then whose voice was it?
It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk.
Voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just we might be able to figure out whose voice it was.
Take that!
That's my father's...
I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us towards the identity of the voice.
The phone. The phone.
Take that!
A cell phone?
Right. I believe that the voice of the minister heard was of a call on his cell phone.
Right, see, well, that would certainly make sense. What's your eminence's view on the matter?
I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision.
Ba ba ba. Subordinate's voice.
Appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates.
Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them?
My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your Benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise.
I know, Bobtail. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
Alright.
So the voice was coming from the phone. Well, that's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafa's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I'm getting the hang of this now. Grape juice, gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother, took a call from a subordinate at the palace.
Objection!
Well, I was gonna say, there's no reason to think he took a call because he didn't pull out his phone or look or even, you know, anything. No! Da 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 da. Well, shit. Oh no, we're gonna get killed! Oh, fuck. Bah, 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 bah. Oh, no special death ending? That's nice. That's nice of you to do. Alright, let me turn my fan on. Let me turn my fan on. My windows are pretty open wide. Right. Let me put this over here. That can stay there. And then there we go. That should be fine sitting right there, right? Yep. I think so. Yeah, that should be perfectly okay. Okay. Oh, that is actually so much better. Alright. Drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. Oh yeah, I guess he did do that. My father took a call from the subordinate at the palace. Lion's roar?
Objection!
Dogs bark? I guess it doesn't really, but what does that mean? No, it's not at the palace. 'Cause that would have been the Warbard.
Objection!
I'm a genius. I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. The phone? Don't you find that strange? Claim the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No,
The only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog.
Wait, that giant one in front of the minister house is her pet?
Besides, there aren't any lions in Kirin. We don't even have any zoos. Rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid.
Well, I remember hearing a sound just like that. The bazaar. Isn't it the cry of the warbod over the in the bazaar?
Ah,
Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me?
very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision.
Nice.
What's this?
Just as I suspected. It was the call of a warbod. That means that subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace.
Why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have?
She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was in the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot.
But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area.
Well, I can. The little snapdragons, snapdragons, or whatever the fuck they called them. Firecrackers. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Rafa the real source of that sound. Will do.
Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting.
Take that!
What is that?
It's Albie, your guide's statement. In it, he claims that Datsar Ball threw a firecracker at him while he was in the bazaar.
Then,
Yes, the sound over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
and yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that?
Well, we don't know exactly when we don't exactly know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Basically what I was gonna say. We don't know when it was fired. Or do you have evidence that proves the pistol was discharged?
No, I have none.
Wait a sec. That loud bang was a firecracker. Then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can.
And it is. The laugh came from none other than...
the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with dragon snot snaps. Yep. The happy-go-lucky Datsar Ball. Why is his name Datsar Ball? I don't know. Like, whose ball? Whose ball is it? Whose ball is it anyway? Someone really should have put a leash on that guy.
I shouldn't think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble.
Hey there, AJPW! Y'all can thank me later! That's a rebel? Oh. Well, in Ace Attorney 7, they're gonna actually reveal that he lost a big ball. And that's his ball. Mr. A Rebel. Mr. A Rebel, what are you doing?
Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight?
It would appear so.
At the bazaar. True source of the loud bang was the firecracker Dats threw. And the laughter? Well, that changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Alright. I think I got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Wait a minute, that's not grape juice, that's wine! Oh, I'd love some, like, natural, like, 100% grape juice or something that's, like, sour and tart. Ooh, sounds good. Alright, let's see. Subordinate's voice. Warbots cry. Dogs bark. Pain. Footsteps. Blurry man. Gun. Explosion. Laughter. Stabbed in the back and collapsed. Okay. It seems true. But it didn't seem like there was anything new in the actual seance. Oh, hold on, guys. Alright, I'm back.
It was nothing.
Just a delay on my groceries. That's fine. I don't really mind. I'm not in super need of them. Alright. Drew starts with a loud bang, which the firecracker darts through. Right. Ha 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 ha. Dogs bark. Pain. He smells incense the whole time, right? Does the incense disappear at all? Nope. PM was waiting to for the hostage exchange. Oh wait. Does that throw a wrench in that? It does, doesn't it? The timeline for this is all fucked up. That doesn't coincide with this. Because that's when he was surprised by a firecracker. Whoa! Oh, oh, oh! Ho, ho, ho! Ba-ba-da-ba.
Objection!
What? How is that not it? Maybe I gotta be on the one here. But it's like the 3 p.m. debate, because it did not happen at 3 p.m. That happened beforehand. That is definitely it. Waiting for the hostage exchange. It's a lie. It's a lie. It wasn't 3 p.m. It was 2 because that's when Shadow was described as a firecracker. How's that not it? Maybe I'll do it on the laugh. Around 2 p.m., Dat's left out of the bizarre manhole, got yowled at by a dog and a warbod, and then threw a firecracker. The shocked look on Alby's face had Dats in stitches when the police came along and detained the rebel. The noise spooked Shadow, who ran off. When Alby caught up with him, he was in the courtyard. Shadow had what looked to be Nana's hat. Right. Maybe just the warbod cry then. Maybe not Shadow, maybe just the warbod.
Objection!
Ah. Am I off base here, you guys? Is this just completely wrong? Let me try consult. I'm pretty sure that's the next objection, but... nothing here. Looks like you could use some sounding board. So how's this? We now know that the loud explosion was a firecracker that Dats threw. That very fact may have produced an inconsistency somewhere. You're right! I'm gonna take another look at Rafa's insights. Yeah, I know, but the doggy bark, and we know that this is the same event. Because Dats laughed at Alby, and that's what we used to prove it. But maybe not. But maybe not, then. What? Pain. Explosion. Har har har. Yeah? All lines up to me. True sound of the loud bang was a firecracker Dats threw. I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna throw out a random assumption that
Objection!
is wrong. Nope. Okay. That was just pure conjecture. I have no idea. I thought I had it so bad. I thought I was like on the money, on the ball. That's our ball. Then took a call from the subordinate of the bazaar. Uh-huh. Riches while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He was stabbed in the back and collapsed. True source of the loud bang was a firecracker Dats threw. Final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself. Is that just not true then? Like, one of these has an inconsistency? Is it too soon after the explosion? Oops. No, I didn't mean to consult again. We know that the explosion is that, so that made an inconsistency. I bit my tongue. Okay, so it is mainly to do with the explosion? Okie dokie. Footsteps. Robots cry, dogs bark. Pain. Approximately 3. Just that loud bang was a firecracker Dats threw.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm just throwing shit at the wall. I'm not picking up on it. I'm dead again. Hooray, I'm dead again. Oh boy, I'm fucking dead again. Execution number 2. What a hullabaloo. Guilty. So shad. I have to restart the... No, I don't have to restart the whole thing, do I? Oh, God. Okay, good. Good. Bizarre. Stabadon collapsed. Pain. Do we see something break? No, we don't. Explosion. Laughter.
Just was that loud bang was a firecracker Dats threw. Final laugh belongs to none other than Dats himself.
And he was definitely stabbed, right? Stabbed from behind, cause of death is blood loss. Okay. 18, approximately 3 p.m. Ugh. Wait, is it this? With that?
Objection!
No. It's gotta be shadows making that bark. Grops. I just want to check. That is smell, right? Yeah. Sour.
Well, the broken one's on the right side. Unfortunate for us. Those look fine. Bah! Dead. I mean, do we just object to the gun?
Objection!
Oh my god. Oh, I hate being stuck. Oh my god. I know we're the ones who just disproved that, but still. Sometimes. Each half of the contradiction, you just have to put them together. Oh. Contradicting myself. Birds are bloody. It's the firecracker Dad's through. And the laugh belonged to none other than Dad's himself. Explosion. Laughter.
Cody stabbed in the back and collapsed.
Father took a call from the sport at the bazaar. Drinking grape juice. Oh, wait. This with the explosion?
Objection!
Ah! Oh! I get it now! That's what you meant by animal sounds are normal. What's not normal? Bah. Bah. Your benevolence! There's a glaring problem with this insight. It only took me half an hour, but I finally cracked it. There is? You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud sound is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence.
I suppose I have to ask the obvious. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.?
Ba-booey.
Take that!
I'll be your guide's statement again.
Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. And to be fair, to put more credence to that as well, how stupid I am, the explosion came before the bark. I mean, the explosion came after the bark. Sorry. Yeah, the explosion came after the bark, so it wouldn't make sense for the bark to be the contradiction.
Around 2 p.m.?
That's right. 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. Dad's laugh, the cry of the warbot, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a distinctive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, this is not him. What this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2, rather than 3, as we had originally thought. And Bro was not even in the tomb at that time. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk even entered the tomb. Palunka! How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Oh shit, her nails just ripped off. Now you see why justice always prevails.
Please, please, I say! Now then, defense, I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that?
I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face.
You're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain who it was.
Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision was from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him.
So then, what would make this 1 hour difference?
Wait, it's 2 o'clock? That's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling.
The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me.
The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded.
Which means the real killer, fuck. The real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb.
Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection!
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. The face did not appear this time as mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Apollo. Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold, because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. Well, okay, here we go. How about this? I mean, I already guessed earlier that it was the Holy Mother, but I think that puts credence to the thought. Well, it seems like the Queen did a channeling for the Holy Mother, who then proceeded to kill the guy and disguise themselves as the accused. That's why their face isn't shown in a divination seance. Especially since, you know, he would imagine, you know, as the biggest taboo, he, like, would block it out, I guess. Something like that. It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga. Precisely because they knew it would. They knew that they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Oh, well, that throws my theory out the window. Thanks, Wright. Oh, it's a medical disorder. It's not magic. Oh, we're great. For once, it's not spiritual magic. Okay, cool. Now it's all about science. Okay. Alright, I see how it is. Are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case, we can. If he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay, so let's say the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really?
Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court?
Yeah, I think so. If Wright would tell me, we are partners and on the line after all, so it would be best if you just told me. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again.
Ba 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 ba.
This photo was in his safe, right? Inga's notepad. Oh, wait! It was right in front of me. All of the little characteristics. Dirk, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Easy.
Take that!
It was a bit strange, weren't it?
Notepad.
Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room. And it holds an answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. Okay, I get why Nana and Dirk are there if they want to disguise themselves. But why is Phoenix right there? Were they planning on, I don't know, framing Phoenix as well? Why the hell was he there?
This is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How?
I mean, maybe he just had it to help. I don't know. The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this?
I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? Never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there's no use in keeping it quiet about now. As you say, my late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia. Is this another Ace Attorney word, or is this real? Alright, well, I think it's a Hey Google moment. Hey Google, could you explain the word prosopagnosia?
Prosopagnosia, often referred to as face blindness, is a neurological disorder characterized by the inability to recognize faces.
Yeah, well, there you go. True. You can never know with Ace Attorney whether you're going to get Dr. Kills All disease for dying or, like, cancer, you know? It's either one.
So Mr. Wright was right? Memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this.
So the killer likely knew the disorder, knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who's both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Herm. Who could it possibly be? Oh, and I wonder who was pretending to do the seance. Oh my god, it's all coming together. She put together a little bit of an alibi just in case it came to light of doing a seance, but it was actually her sister doing the seance, while she was busy killing her husband. For the funnies. Your Eminence? Who knew about your husband's condition?
A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime?
Oh, no, Your Eminence.
Still, could she have done it?
Garan has an alibi, remember?
Oh, right.
She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case, Your Eminence, does Nena know about Minister Inga's disorder?
Of course she does. She's our head servant.
So, as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible subject, why do I always make that mistake? I always say subject instead of suspect. I am brain dead. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
That is sussy. Sussy as frick.
You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts.
Facts like...
When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that's impossible. For Rafa saw him at 2:30.
Wait. Wait. Is this even crazier than I thought? Okay, so when he was spotted then... Okay, hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, let's say that... the channeling was a cover-up for an alibi that was committed by the very much alive previous queen, otherwise known as Nena, who then had her pretended to be herself in her clothes when Rafa saw them. And then as she went down to help with Shadow, tripped over the bucket of water, she entered, changed into Inga's clothes, and then went to the temple. Or not the temple, the fucking place. The tomb. I'm guessing that's the explanation. We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake.
So you see, the murder could have only happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There's no other answer to this puzzle.
Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garan makes up laws? Gets us back to square one.
Where did we go wrong?
I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see. Without the final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box, right? Let's see. It'd be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Spirit channeling? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Am I bang on the money? Ugh. Ah! Apollo, did you just... I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading to the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how.
Certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was, in fact, someone channeling him. It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Alright, so the question is, was it Nena who was doing this? Or was it Maya? I think it was probably Nena. If Nena is the previous queen, then she would have the power. And then came through with her clothes to get changed so that she could, you know, pretend to be Dirk for her sister's bidding. Her sister probably threatened her to do it. Something along those lines. I don't think the previous queen's the murderer. And so to, you know, make Dirk be seen, she killed Dirk and then made Nena channel his spirit. And then, you know, off they went. Maybe Dirk was even... No, he wouldn't have been in on it. Then why would his spirit still go along with the plan? Or maybe he... It's like, oh, why am I in these clothes? Let me go to my house and get dressed and go to the plays. But he did also forget his medicine, which I think was brought up. Okay, whatever. Let's keep going. It's the only way a man who is already dead could have been seen by her benevolence.
Channels, you say?
That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Kyuden. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you're ever bent on making me party to this crime. Is that real? Can you say that? Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence. I believe you had completed the channeling rite, and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. You'd have to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use the power towards nefarious ends? The real killer could have threatened her.
That cannot be.
So then Inga's scream. That was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up after he died. Okay, so instead, are you saying that was Nana we saw? She went inside and then dressed into Inga's clothes and then summoned him? So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he'd just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead.
Then, the benevolence will to see a dead man running. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How can this be?
The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand.
Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness?
Matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments.
Insult me all you want, you witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth.
Very well, let us adjourn until the next witness is ready.
To become Tim Dude. Let's go. We ain't finished yet. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, there we go. Yes. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get closer a shave than the Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, you're able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Fey's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? Well, she slept all day yesterday out of She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay.
Barbed head? Horn head?
Oh, hey, Benevolence. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. and I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess.
It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude.
Oh, well, don't mention it.
Oh, I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage.
Oh, that's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude's more than enough. Thanks.
I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know.
Hey, you lawyers! Where's the accused? Dirk. That's a good question.
I blew it big time, AJ.
Dats?
Shut up, you!
What's going on?
Scoundrel tried to escape with the accused.
What?
We're able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant?
I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together. But I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now?
Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye.
Vanished?
You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late.
Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her.
But that's what I'm telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place.
Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why do you choose to go rescue her now?
Maybe you didn't want to die with any regrets or something.
Or, you know, she's in the funny chamber in the sarcophagus. You know, her sarcophagus. Maybe freezing to death?
You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block.
Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me.
Oh, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara, you'll see.
That's not the point, Dats.
Listen, lawyer, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume, so see that you're ready.
Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant?
Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once.
Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Okie dokie. Well, I'm glad we get to see Maya again, at least.
Now then, let us resume the trial at hand.
Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone, missing.
What do you think of this, Your Eminence? Shall we proceed without the accused?
Why not, my royal guard searching for him as we speak? We shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare keep me waiting.
Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings?
Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Kyuden, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia.
Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with the proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand?
Let's go, Maya! Oh, she said, no. Sorry to summon you like this, Maya.
Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick.
I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea.
And you are?
Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you.
Oh, so you're Apollo. Oh, Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right?
Unreliable?
Well, that was 2 years ago. Come a long way since then.
That's why I was called here? Oh, so why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again?
Oh, no. Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Zidmati. You're here as a witness.
What? Dirk's been arrested? But...
That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting.
Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of the Justice Minister Inga.
What?
Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims.
Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How'd you even reach that conclusion?
I'm sorry! It's the only way this whole case makes any sense.
Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Faye?
Yeah, Your Majesty.
Poor Maya. Well, at least we got some fun dialogue. Now, can we see when Maya meets Trucy? Please? Can they at least interact? Please? I'm begging you.
I don't have any idea what's going on, but... I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I don't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga.
If her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you?
Yes, of course. Any theories on Maya? Nope.
Doesn't seem like Miss Faye's lying.
Apollo, Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. Yeah, she did do something. She did do something. Bow, 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 bow. I wish that, you know, like investigations, once you finish a section of court and you go into recess, you regenerate your health points. I feel like that should be a normal thing. I know it's not that big a deal running out of it, and then you just restart right from where you are, or you could just make a save state. What are you willing to go along with? What does that mean? Sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye.
Did anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo?
He didn't sexually assault you, Maya. Did he?
It's really rude to pry into a person's personal affairs.
Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law.
Yeah, I know.
Then what was that all about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding?
Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
Okay, what are you guys doing here, huh? What's going on here? You made a promise to Dirk?
A pretty big one.
I think this is about all you're gonna get out of her. Yeah. She seems really confused. You can't blame her for not knowing what happened. True, after all, first she was kidnapped, and now she's wrapped up in a murder case. We'll have to fill her in as she gives her testimony.
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct?
I was exhausted after being held captive for so long.
That must have been terrible.
Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he?
Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him all sorts of things.
Okay, good. I like how Phoenix also was like, wait a minute. He didn't do anything funny, did he? Like what?
Like, I'm really craving burgers and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plume Punisher. I feel like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me.
Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here?
He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around.
Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through.
Oh, that? Proving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief.
With a wife like her, he's probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup.
In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened...
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him.
Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know.
Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct?
Yeah. But I wasn't conscious the whole time.
Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb? Dressed as Dirk?
Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that.
Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right. Bro's name's right.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time?
Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up. Literally. So there's no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it.
Oh, right. Guess you really didn't channel Ingra then. Ingra? Inga. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right?
Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But a full-fledged medium can stay in total control of a session. They can send the deceased's spirit away anytime they want.
So I take it that you can do that too, Miss Faye.
Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye as a spirit medium. New spin-off coming 2026.
That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me.
I'll show you, childish Nick. Unzip your pants right now. I'll show you what I've learned here. Jackass.
Enough! The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is.
You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't know. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you?
Oh, evidence, huh?
There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind.
That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body.
If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination.
What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there was something to complete the description, or the deception. You bet there is. Any evidence that just as Inga was channeled. Team's incense burners, caked in soot. Maybe that?
I could try, but... That's the only thing that was really left behind. You bet there is.
Really?
Well, no.
You're bluffing, I take it? I'll be fine. If we're right, there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Fey, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means... he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Ah, good thinking, Apollo. This must be the perfect angle to attack from. Why can't we just ask Dirk? Bro, Dirk is gone. Dirk fucking did a little runner. He's trying to go save his wife.
Alright, let's have the answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Fey channeled?
This. Proof of his costume. Hey, I was right.
Is that a gemstone?
We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. So they burned the costume, too? Is that why they were so full? Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Mr. Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Fey, use the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them.
What?
Uh-oh. Seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Fey,
Yes?
do you know my husband's name?
It was, Inga Kakul Kirin, right?
That's correct in part. But there's more, much more. Inga Kakul Haukaud Disnambi the Third. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Fey, did you know his true name?
No, I mean, how could I?
Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. So then, Miss Fey couldn't have channeled Minister Inga.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? I didn't like, thanks to that last trial.
I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. What does true name even mean? I don't fucking know. Your birth name? Whatever's on your birth certificate. I guess it means just whatever your name is. Whatever you decide it is if you change it. I think as long as it resonates with your spirit, it would be your original name. Quote unquote, true name. I think it's probably something to do, you know, if there was an explanation, be like, oh, you know, they chose that name, it coalesces with the soul, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, it's what they want. Something along those lines, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to actually explain that. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again.
Apollo? I was thinking,
Yeah?
since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did?
Well, yeah, but, like, you'd have to, like, commit to that, and, like, that's actually the name you want to go by. Otherwise, it'll just be, like, what your spirit, you know, deems. Someone else? But who else could it have been?
I haven't thought that far yet.
Such chatter without merit. Let us move on, shall we?
I don't care what Duran says. I'm gonna figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye, and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right, we know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It could have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters.
Well, I'm waiting defense, and you know how much I despise waiting.
Yeah, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There is just one more person. They were in Inga's private quarters. That person's our only hope now.
So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then.
With pleasure.
It was Nana. Nana Nights.
Nana.
Your Eminence said it yourself. And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out not too long afterwards.
You are not seriously suggesting...
It's the only thing that makes any sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence.
No way!
That's gotta be it! Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. All of the circumstantial evidence had fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand.
Well, Eminence.
Very well then. Let us call Nana to testify.
Yes, then we can finally crack this case wide open. Bro, did you forget that she's been missing?
Ladies and gentlemen, the witness is summoned.
There's no need. Nana's in the waiting lobby.
What? Nana's here? Thought she'd gone missing.
Seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today.
Took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye.
Miss Nana, do you understand why you've been summoned here today?
Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects me of committing a crime.
So this is Nana. It's quite the hairdo.
Though I will say...
Yeah, I think they're the same. All that hair.
I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal.
Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? Guess Nana rubbed off on her. What with all the time they spend together.
You there, young hornhead.
Yes?
You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded.
Thanks. Take the compliment, Justice.
Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters.
I'm no spirit medium, Sonny.
I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kyuden. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nena could channel spirits is the most unamusing jest.
Well, on the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. The Nena channeled Inga's spirit.
Alright, the defense may now question the witness.
Alright. Well, nothing seems out of the, out of the question yet, so let's just conk all this. Albie's dog stole your hat while you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest?
I'd been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition.
Well, I sympathize with you, Nena. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know.
How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I.
Except to Rafa, Nena's not just a mere servant.
To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister? What hogwash.
Hold it!
I hear you're the head servant, isn't that right?
Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits?
Well, since you're head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. Exposure?
I think not, for that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Kyuden. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and a rigorous training. And most importantly, one must be direct descendant of the founder. It's not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening.
So commoners can never become a medium, no matter how hard they tried?
That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young hornhead. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kyuden.
Hold it!
Okay then. What if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nena? Like a distant relative or something.
I'm from a line of humble fishermen.
All the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry.
Apollo, if spirit channeling's a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, and even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training.
It is as the barbed one says. Let us also be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the Kingdom of Kirin, and your country's Kirin village.
Ah. Why aren't things falling into place like I expected?
I would ask the witness to continue her testimony.
After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Garan, is the only one left.
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right?
Yes. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul.
Bro glazing herself right now?
But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins, and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel.
Except she's actually still alive. Poor Naina's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus.
Amara, the queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased.
The fact that she's still alive shackles Nayuta to Garan's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is you're afraid of what will happen to Amara otherwise, right?
We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Miss Fey was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, marking it impossible for her to kill or channel him.
Bah, I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune.
No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced while you do, would you? Ina's right about one thing, though. Only those of royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Kirin. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so, but still. I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point out one very big thing. Must be this.
Objection!
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except, I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case.
Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation?
No, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Naina's testimony.
Go on.
She's asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Kirin, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits.
I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense.
Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Naina stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Naina channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m.
That would mean that Nana channeled Inga. Even though, supposedly, only those of the royal family are capable of doing so.
Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us a break we need. Wait a sec. Are you gonna propose what I think you are?
Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it.
Will the court please take a look at this photo?
That's...
This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Kirin.
Horn devil, you mustn't!
Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it.
But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence?
Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph?
The person in this photograph is, well, the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Kurin. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. Wouldn't they be proof as well? Yeah, but they're direct descendants from the Holy Mother. They did explain that.
But that's nonsense.
Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon is branded on it. The mark of the dragon that's branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Bro is got the whole dump truck back there.
While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here in this very courtroom today.
Oh!
Uh-oh. No, not again. Not to your own mother!
You got them all! Amazing! Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
And that's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough.
Is that so?
It's my turn, Nayuta, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes.
Take that!
Ba, 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 ba. This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nana. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along.
Really? Is it really Amara who's the killer?
I was really hoping it wasn't. I mean, we've got a practical... we got a Disney villain on the other side of the courtroom.
finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice. What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations.
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. It's Queen Amara yet lives. And is actually Miss Nena here? Have you gone truly off the deep end?
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence? If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct?
I can deny it no longer.
The lawyer speaks the truth. Nena, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nena, no. Amara Segatar Kyuden. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened.
Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead.
Oh shit. Whoa! Transformation time! God, we called that so early. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
I was getting tired of masquerading around as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Kyuden. It is I, Amara Segatar Kyuden, your former queen.
Queen Amara.
What?
And I thought Garan's makeover was extreme.
Can it really be true? You're alive and well?
It is true. I feel as if I've been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I've caused all of you a great deal of distress. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite all right, Garan. I'm safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough.
Okay.
I need not conceal my identity any longer.
Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago?
I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I stayed my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garan.
With the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing?
Garan, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her.
Alright, I still think something fishy's going on here. I think at this point she's spouting falsities about, Dirk. I think maybe Dirk was captured by Garan and maybe she threatened his life to her. I don't know. I doubt that our previous queen actually thinks like that, though. But I guess we'll see. It's not over.
It was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who would conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant?
Well, she's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place.
Never could have guessed she was living as a servant right in plain sight.
I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead.
You should consider yourself lucky that's all this ends with.
Is there something you wish to say, then? Say it.
Doesn't matter who you are. You won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. Come on. The heavenly one is evil and the devilry one is like... Well, neither are good. At this point.
What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Curinism? You can't do that. She's literally a goddess in the eyes of her people.
If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god?
Well, I'm not such an egalitarian person.
Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right?
Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself?
You may be a grand figure in Curinism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me.
It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of a good name with accusations of murder most foul?
Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The ruler knows not what he speaks.
Fear not, good Majesty, for this is the Sacred Hall of Justice. Though I am a Grand Priestess, on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness.
Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw.
Where's the flaw?
Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness. Was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered. Dirk Sadmadi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga.
What? Why not?
Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how truly wrong he is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Rafa, saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would still have re-emerged and been left stuck there in the tomb.
Oh, yeah.
Had she tried to exit before you all arrived. Princess Rafa would have been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense?
No. No, she wasn't. Well, actually, this allows us to assert that you hid in the, sarcophagus. Because you are, you know, who you are. So you would have had easy access to the key.
Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Yeah. Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor Sedmati. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. There you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Right. Thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you would.
Interesting, you're bowing out now.
I was nowhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sedmati for his crimes.
Oh, such marvelous testimony. You truly are a treasure, Your Mercifulness.
This too is but the grace of her holiness. No doubt by unmasking here today, was her will as well.
But my, the Holy Mother, you say?
Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to the witness stand.
Okay. Alright, Snow White. Alright. That funny little tiger. He's so cute.
Oh, how magnificent. Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on Earth.
Where do those animals even come from?
Well then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated by any means. No pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony.
Did you just say not to do my entire job? I was nowhere near the tomb following the murder.
Objection!
Okay. Why is she still here? You were nowhere near the tomb, but you were spotted by your... Well...
Hold it!
Well, looks like you're pressing everything. My theory's utterly absurd and barbarous?
And high-handed, if I may say so. Nayuta was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pomiponi's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory.
Surely you can steal better insults than Nayuta's best.
Now then, to all of you who've gathered in the sacred hall, need I remind you?
Hold it!
Maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. Uh-oh. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it.
I'd been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would never have been able to leave.
I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so...
There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within. Could discover the final hope by continued corporeality.
You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse.
Now will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus.
No.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder.
Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory.
Uh-huh.
Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in that tomb at the time were Dirk Zedmati and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next. There is no escaping such a simple truth.
Hold it!
There must be some reason why he had to make his escape today.
A reason? Ah, perhaps...
Perhaps what?
Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life?
What's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago.
That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage.
Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Don't ask me. I'm not married.
That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me.
That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless.
Oh, do you understand now, lawyer?
Yeah, this is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. She just vanished from the scene like that. It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people... Maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty? I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
By all events, do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. By using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it.
Hit the sarcophagus again. Channeled someone else. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
Well, I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara?
believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder?
Uh-oh. What the?
Mercy, your merciless. How dare you use that vile blasphemy defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
No, good Majesty. It's quite all right. Curanism also teaches that we must respond at all times with the reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation.
You have something to counter with?
Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga. The only others are right...
You channeled the Holy Mother to get out. Especially if the orb was there.
Were Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga as you allege? Well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. That's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd.
If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga.
You could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb.
Another victim?
Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony.
This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? Huh. So what if this is someone else spirit channeling Amara? And this isn't Amara? But then who's channeling Amara?
Yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out?
Hold it!
What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga?
What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's.
Yeah, but Amara's counter-arguments are too spot on for us to rebut.
Rebut.
Rebute. What's the matter, Apollo? It's one hell of a face you're making.
No, it's nothing, really. And yet, that means...
Doo-doo-doo-doo. The pendant?
Objection!
Oh, no, not the pendant.
Ba, 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 ba.
Dirk's blood.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this, but it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... can't be.
Would the defense care to share something with us?
Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you?
Whatever are you talking about?
If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Dirk's already dead? But a second victim, Apollo. Wait. No, but we found Maya there, so What the hell's going on here? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered.
Oh, you putrid pepper, of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling out of your lips. But suppose I had told you, play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim?
Oh yeah, that does corroborate because she went missing. And then he went missing, and now she's here. Oh dear. Which means everything we talked with him about during the detention center and everything. Oh wait, no, it would have been still him because he was channeled. It seems he knew. There's no way this can be true. But no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case.
Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights on me.
Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. But I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
You can't! That's not possible! The defendant, Dirk Sedmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity.
Pukunga!
Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered. But the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in that tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be. Can it? Dirk's bloodstain was found at the scene of the crime. Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
But that's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would dare claim that
to have proof to support your assertion? Nyuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish it with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yeah, I can prove it. Nobody would ever look. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb.
Oh, check the tomb. But why?
Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest? Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But not a dead body. Nope. Hold on, guys. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Ba 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 boo boo ba ba boo ba ba ba. Plus, a killer would be soon trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means...
I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara here claims, I trust we may now open it.
If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter.
We're staying silent on this one.
Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please.
I'll start with my findings. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. Search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. Body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body. And I have positively identified it as... Dirk Sadmati. Dirk! No! Why? Why did this have to happen?
Dirk, answer me.
How can this be?
Hehehe.
The traitorous Snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day! These fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Who? What was I even fighting for?
Apollo.
What am I supposed to do now? I...
Son. A lawyer should never look the way you do right about now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go until its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're...
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that's difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
I like how he's not actually speaking to him, it's just his memory.
You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dirk, I think I finally understand.
I can't yield. Not now. Not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you all right, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright, but I'm fine now.
Apollo...
Detective Sky,
Yes?
how sure are you that the body's been there for a few days?
I'm positive. No autopsy's been reported yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death.
At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Damn.
Then who was channeling him?
I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. Yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. Oh my god. So Maya posed as him? Oh my god, that's insanity! That's crazy talk! That's bonkers out the wazoo!
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? Yep. Promised her she wouldn't say. And she was extremely tired, which I did note as being like, oh, maybe she was channeling someone. Ba-boom! For 3 whole days! Of course she was exhausted. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yeah, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in the tomb where I was being held captive. I say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder.
Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here.
Oh! It's that revolutionary guy.
I'm here to rescue you.
You are? Why?
Well, I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted.
But why would a rebel help me?
Let's go before it's too late. Journey over for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. That's gotta smart. I've become a real thorn in my side, see? So, it's time for you to start pushing up daisies.
Dirk!
Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this!
Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes! I've got to help you!
Relax. It's gonna be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that!
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it! Don't give up like that!
If you do, tying a rope like that'll be child's play.
No. Please, hang in there. You can still make it.
Promise me Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the U.S. and channel his spirit.
He really said that?
He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance.
You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives?
I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice!
Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the U.S. because you wanted to see me.
I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb.
Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk will want you to keep pressing on.
I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him.
Defense, if you're ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yes, and I believe that I can explain it.
Very well, your explanation, please.
Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Mr. Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body.
Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave.
Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was...
Ah, right. That it was. That's right, Prosecutor Sidmati. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned into a spent, pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in that tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right?
I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all.
After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto it, and picked up the knife and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped. Right under our noses. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while this was all unfolding? All unfolding.
So ultimately, it was all for naught.
Nyuta?
Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies.
Nyuta, how can you...
Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution is withered on the vine. This fate is sealed.
Oh, that is true. That is true. You can't literally lay a finger on her.
The other insurgents will soon awake from their shattered dreams.
No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not gonna sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nyuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who had been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
Objection!
No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You may have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence.
What do you mean?
Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Fey? While the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively
prove it.
Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.?
Well, no, I don't, but...
Seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Samari, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Samari to be the foul murderer that he was, and every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act.
As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nyuta doing this? Garand shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nyuta, what's left to chain you to her like this?
Very well then, Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony.
Ba 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 ba. Beyond despair.
Well done, lawyer. You've painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence of proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Now, let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Kirin and its people. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There's no point in defending Dirk any longer. It's all been in vain.
Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today.
Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles in the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now.
The defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Alright. Was there anything proper to grab her on? Mm-hmm.
Dirk committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Now let us end this charade for the eternal glory of Kyuden and its people. Oh, could have.
Hold it!
God, my brain. All of the fucking holes like Swiss cheese. You're saying Dirk, who entered the tomb, is the one who killed Minister Inga? I am. I stand firm with the prosecution's original charge against the accused. The only issue is whether that Dirk was alive or dead. That is a pretty major issue. Oh, I beg to differ. For here in Kyuden, death is not the end. It is merely a change in one's address, for the Twilight Realm is only the next door over.
Is it really?
It is. Those who have only recently passed away may call upon you in the night. Such occurrences are quite common in our kingdom.
She's kidding, right? Well, in the time I've spent here, I'm happy to say that's never happened to me. Me either.
You need not fear death. Embrace it along with your guilt. Then you may begin your journey to the Twilight Realm.
Well, it's gonna be the evidence, then, surely. I admit I don't have any solid evidence. Yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime.
What on earth do you mean?
Including Miss Fey, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Kyuden. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Fey was tied up in the tomb. That means that Dirk, the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder, could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara.
Insolent lawyer!
Forgive us, Your Majesty.
Really, Your Majesty?
Objection!
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kyuden?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances?
You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense?
Of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb.
Which one can I actually prove?
I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred.
Seems you're ever bent on painting me as the killer.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Very well, let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not?
Yeah, I do, actually. Since we now know that Dirk was dead and had the green one,
Objection!
this is yours! Queen Amara? Does this pendant look familiar to you?
Why, that's...
We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it's relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused?
That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it himself.
He said that?
Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone.
Covering? How? For who?
This certain piece of evidence shows that it wasn't Dirk.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not?
Yes, it is. And I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue.
Well, now that you mention it,
Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in two different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to be to go together as a pair.
A pair.
If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Don't need fingerprints, pal.
Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sidmati.
I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket.
All right,
And there was a fingerprint inside it.
come again?
Now this is where it gets interesting. If we open the locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact.
What? No!
So now the question is, to whom does this fingerprint belong? Queen Amara, it belongs to you, doesn't it? Seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around.
This cannot be! Mother, tell me it does not belong to you! Nyuta,
Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit. And he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was.
And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing?
You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake.
Dirk, why do you always...
Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you gonna betray him now?
Dirk, This cannot be. I refuse to accept it.
Queen Amara, you ready to confess to your crime?
I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sagatar, Kyuren, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why?
this is beyond belief.
Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nyuta. I never wished to cause you so much sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way.
So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk said Marty. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while they were still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. Well, they were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it would come back to haunt you.
I do not really understand it myself. I'd nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred towards him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I've never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother.
So she really believes it? That Dirk tried to assassinate her?
Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Samari, if you have no further objections.
This cannot be. My mother.
I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. Well, actually, you only proved his innocence in one case. You gotta prove his innocence in the other. To, rub in that bittersweet little end note that he didn't try to assassinate his wife. And that it was, Queen Very Evil over here who did it. But
Very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will not pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sedmari.
Your benevolence.
I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, Your Benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father.
What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nena? Rafa.
Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there's no mistake.
She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbed-head, Hornhead, are you gonna let this stand?
Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There's definitely some things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light? Should I push to continue this trial? Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever be able to find it is to continue the trial.
Hornhead.
Very well then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact of this case is yet to be brought to light?
The murder method, the motive. The motive, right? And Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga?
That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Kurin. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity.
Further tragedy.
Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power, and had established the secret police, and was relentless in his pursuit of the instruments. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat.
A coup d'etat? You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction?
Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power. After which, he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago.
And as one affected by that incident,
Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. The security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister.
my bracelet. Apollo. Yep. It seems this trial's far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made.
If I must.
Alright, let's go. You know what, her hands are probably a good bet. Let's stick here for a second. It's probably gonna be on Slew, right? Perhaps... into the chamber. Slipped into the tomb. I guess it could be her arm, maybe. Huh. Come on. Huh. Gosh.
this is a difficult one. But usually when we look at these, it does tend to be like a little funky. I mean, this is really long. Could it be this? I don't know. This is interesting looking. Ah, damn it. Oh!
Gotcha!
Wow! That was so small. Her finger was just twitching. It wasn't on the one I thought either. Queen Amara. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? In that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever you mean. The murder occurred at 2 p.m. I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once.
Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination.
I just wish there was more to see than just darkness and more darkness.
We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help.
Bailiff, summon Detective Scar to the Hall of Justice.
Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness.
Ah, look, a certain scar. What's that right there? Injury? No, wait, I think it's a burn scar. Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. And you're much more, you know, well, well endowed. What's going on here? Come on, jackass, you haven't caught on? It's her who did the deed. Now she's covering for her sister because she doesn't realize that her sister was actually the one who tried to kill her 23 years ago. This is a big, all crazy son of a whirlwind of fucking events. What's going on here? If the person in the photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? I think it's Phoenix Wright.
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. I literally said that. I quite wittily said that. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. You are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara,
You have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we may see it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit! Boom! Oh, wait, never mind. She is well endowed. Oh, there was just a pendant in the way. Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo.
I don't understand.
Wait, is the burn scar in the photo over here, too? Oh, no, she's covering up fully. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is. Oh, was that... Yeah. Yeah, it's Queen Amara.
This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switch places?
Amara's confession earlier was also false?
Mother, what's the meaning of this?
Don't you see? This changes everything! We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time the murder took place.
But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't have possibly committed the crime.
Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So, Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara.
I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime?
Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else.
Buganga!
What's going on here? Is there mercifulness covering for someone?
If Queen Amara's not the killer, then who is it?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answer to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi. Phoenix, right?
Take that!
Why, is this some kind of joke?
No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence. Garan the guitar, get in. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her? And perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body? And then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now.
Mother. Justice Minister Inga's true killer is...
Oh! Oh no!
Mother! No!
Ha! I really did it! Your Eminence, my life is yours! Isn't he one of Garan's loyal guards?
Queen Amara, bailiff, arrest that guardsman.
Mother!
Garan couldn't have. Could she?
I mean, look at her. Look at her!
Someone call for an ambulance. Quickly now. Hurry.
Well, it didn't seem like she got shot in a vital area. She could survive. I fucking hope she does. Oh, we're still beyond despair. Okay, great. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time. But we've been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out. I can't believe what just happened! Tell me about it. You think Garan put that guard up to it? If she did, she's gonna regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch.
Poor Queen Amara.
Your benevolence. Any news on her condition?
She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They're giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though.
Garan! Justice will be served!
Why? Why did this happen? Just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara.
What was that about being reunited?
No, it's nothing.
Right.
Yeah, she's your real mama, we know.
How are you, Hornhead? Turk said Mahdi was your father and all but blood, after all.
True. Thanks for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm gonna stay focused on.
Hornhead, you are sturdier than your stature, that's on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo?
That was a real shocker, all right. Can't believe the dragon's dead. Say, AJ, I was wondering what Dirk disappeared after I freed him. That's because Amara turned back into herself, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it. Or if it was part of Garan or Amara's plan.
Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it?
Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Garan is the real culprit in all this. If we can prove her guilt in court.
You're right. That could just be the push we need. The dream lives on.
Yeah, it does.
And you know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders.
All in a day's work. Who am I kidding? It's a ton of pressure. This is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him.
The Honorable Rebel Dirk Sidmati. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived.
Really?
Well, why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man.
Did she bump her head or something earlier? Trial's about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once.
Already after what just happened?
The first thing Garan will do is respond to that last accusation. So you'd better stay on your toes, Apollo. Your twos. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice. May 19, High Court of Kyuden. Oh boy.
Now then, let's resume today's proceedings.
Where's Nayuta?
I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing.
Oh, sure.
What? He wasn't acting under your orders?
How dare you cast such suspicions on Her Eminence?
It's quite all right, Your Majesty. Suspicion's only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans.
I don't believe that for a second.
Now then, Your Majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility.
A new possibility, you say?
Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me.
What?
Bailiff, call the witness to the stand.
The real killer confessed? What's she up to? What's she got up her sleeve this time? I've got a really bad feeling about this. No, 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 no. You gotta be kidding me. Ain't no way, Brett. He's the one who confessed?
You're the real killer?
I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed. It was with that he finally confessed his crime to me.
Yuta, you didn't really do it, did you?
Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga.
Yuta!
Peace. Prosecutor Sanmari, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed.
Yes, I am certain. For I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed.
How are we supposed to respond to this? Niyuta, retract your confession, now!
Mr. Justice, it is not time yet for your cross-examination.
Who cares about that? Admit it! It was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she?
You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint.
But...
Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder?
that is... What do you think you're doing, you idiot?
Truly the truth can set us free.
Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Yuta, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your own life to do Garan's bidding?
Whatever the case may be. Prosecutor Sanmari, your testimony, please.
Let's get to the bottom of this, boy.
I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Jurin. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
You do understand what you're doing, right, Niyuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty.
If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else.
The law, Niyuta, or the Queen?
Objection!
Enough! This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony.
Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination, defense.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna blow his problematic testimony to smithereens. Ding dong.
Hold it!
You kept quiet all this time, even though you were the real killer?
Yes, and I accept what I have done, and, I accept what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor Sudmati placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Kyuden would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known.
What a bunch of baloney. I'm gonna ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga?
Yes, no matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable.
Hold it!
It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict's rendered.
There's no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple.
Ugh. Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we'll need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that, or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. It's not gonna be easy either way.
I had reason enough to kill Minister Inga.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that?
Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup d'etat. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul.
So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen?
Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world.
But if spirit channeling is so important, why'd you have Queen Amara perform the rite?
I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. Capricious? She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was therefore something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it.
A meaningless whim. And to press a statement like that. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Divine judgment?
Yes, I rendered judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother.
Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you?
No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I've done. I willingly sacrificed my soul to protect this kingdom's future.
Snap out of it already, Nayuta! So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Well, Amara expressed a similar motive.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime?
Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind.
Fuck!
She sought to
conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself.
Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Niuta, could it be you? You didn't realize that Nena was actually Queen Amara, your own mother?
That is not as strange as you might think. As much time had passed since we last met, after all.
Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her from, after the supposed assassination attempt.
No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother.
That's weird. Are you sure about that?
I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time.
Niuta, please add that last statement to your testimony.
Bo, 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 bo.
Is it
Objection!
the baby? You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago? But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said they ran off together 23 years ago.
That's impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago.
Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago.
He said that?
He did. But if we take what you just said into fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. The baby? Oh yeah, wait, if this photo was 23 years ago, then that can't be, our girl. Fuck. Why am I blanking on her name randomly? Rafa.
This doesn't make any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. Well, this does not make sense if this photo is only 15 years old.
The baby?
Take that!
Niuta, this discrepancy may not directly be related to the case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you. Did he? I thought he'd skirt the question. That doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there. Apollo, if this baby isn't Niuta... Wait. What's happening? What's happening? My brain is fucking farting. I got lost along the way. Let me reread some of that, because I got impossible. They ran off together 23 years ago. I know for a fact it was 15. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that. He did, but if we take the what you just said as fact, there's something else that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, the baby. So if he is right, then the baby would be... Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? Okay, here we go. What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Niuta, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command? You presume too much. Ah, and that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well. To protect this other child. Anybody have a guess? It's pretty obvious. Rafa! It's Rafa, goddammit! It's Rafa! They're protecting her. A child born 15 years ago. They'd have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old by now. This is just a guess, but I believe I know someone who fits the bill.
Ba-doom, boom, boom, ba-doom, boom, boom, ba-doom, boom. All those strange statements she kept making. Now they all make sense. Oh. Now I see, Nyuta. Why you do what you told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was...
Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you're about to say. I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners.
I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think I should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear your sibling's reputation. Bow, 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 bow. The assassination file? Maybe?
Take that!
And that is...
A file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Of particular note, right here it's written, "The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garan, but at some point you became to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the Queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you."
Nyuta, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are an innocent party in all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. And one such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is... it's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you? Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future. My personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true compatriot. I shall continue to rule Kirin until the day Rafa succeeds me. For that is what's best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this. In exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence.
Nyuta, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No. The Nyuta I know
would never let himself be turned into this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict.
Objection!
Nuh-uh, bucko. You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta, but I know that deep down, there's still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet.
Take that!
When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all his possessions as potential evidence, all except this. So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk. Why do you always wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right?
This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right?
A dragon never yields, right?
Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Kirin's legal system to its rightful state someday. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny.
You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will, because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day.
Nayuta! Apollo! Hold on! I'm coming! What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me, understand?
Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Nayuta, I knew you... However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It's the only way. But...
Such insolence!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The immutability of his duty? It is time to accept defeat. Now, watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Wait a sec. What do I do?
Does the defense wish to raise an objection?
Yeah. There's gotta be some way to save Nayuta. Apollo. It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So, if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right, Ryuta and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in that fire. And Dirk investigated for years and never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all. Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple Garan with somewhere. Perhaps, maybe, you know, the Boumber's Borb. Take another look at the evidence. You might just have what you need to break out of this situation within there. Got it.
If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall render my verdict.
No, wait! About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share.
You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate the case in the course of this trial.
Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here?
Very well then. What is the source of this new information about the case 23 years ago?
The orb?
Take that!
Doe! Oh wait, no, the case file, right? Oops. That's what I get for not thinking. Marma slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. Dirk's fingerprints on a lighter. Roving musician father got caught up in it. Wait a minute. It isn't the photo of my dad, is it?
Such insolence!
Okay, I got 2 ideas. It's either the dad photo or the file. He risked life and limb to get that photo. Right, so now we got a different guilty for Ryuta instead. Guilty. Objection! Give me another chance, maybe?
Take that!
It was! It was!
A photograph?
Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in a fire 23 years ago?
How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes.
Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father. What? Why, of course, with his photo and her benevolence. Exactly, we might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Kirin, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! Oh my god, but we don't know his name! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze! That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yep. And boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter in court. And save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
What a waste of time. The events 23 years past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we?
As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open. And I believe the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance.
Why, you? Your benevolence? If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right?
Of course. Leave it to me.
Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. All right.
We could also, you know, summon him as well. We could channel him. If, you know, if you wanted, we could channel him. You know, for a little goof. See old Pop Pop?
Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you're ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped.
Yeah,
O
baby.
dance of devote, so that we may receive.
Alright, yeah, I get it. Skip the dance. Don't have to watch it every time. Alright, let's see what we got. This is gonna be very interesting indeed. Burning heat. Crying. Hey, it's me! It's Apollo! Look at his little tufts of hair. They've been there since he was like a little guy. Bro was not killed by burning. He got... Oh, shit. I saw that in the little mirror. Oh, Apollo, no. Poor baby Polly.
The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. Prepare the divination seance was a success.
So those were my father's final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo.
I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead?
Yes, please proceed.
Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision.
Let's do it. Another insight. Rafa's insight.
Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by an assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That's how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments.
My father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but... Can any of them unlock the truth behind what actually happened 23 years ago? Well, if you saw the hand in the mirror, it had a glove on, so whoever did it wasn't... Or, you know, wasn't Dirk. Obvious.
He's such a cute little baby.
Objection!
Hey, off the bat. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved.
I believe you're right. What could this mean?
It calls into question whether the hand in the vision was really Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better.
The details. The details. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision? It does seem that it was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have?
It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else. Using the information in my father's final memories.
Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights.
Alright. Okay, she's updated her insights. Yeah, I know. I pointed that out before. I doubt this one's, like, made with fake, fingerprint scans, though. Yeah, and there's our sleeping queen over there. Apollo just dropped to the floor like a fucking, I don't know, like a Hot Pocket that you took a bite of and it was too hot. So, like, bro definitely got, like, a little brain damage from that. Maybe that's why he's so fucking crazy. But if someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, we know not who it belongs. Well, actually, there is, like, little tattoos on it, right?
Objection!
Yeah. Wait. Then this means the real culprit is... Yeah, who has those? I have seen them. Were those his ones? Ooh. Whose arms are those? Not yours. I mean, is it? The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives away their true identity.
That design! It can't be!
This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance. Was it? Oh, I know that is it, isn't it? It just looked a little different?
Take that!
That photo? So you do believe the culprit to be...
Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them.
You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct?
Yes, I hear they're a traditional part of the Curanese Justice Minister's attire.
But what does this tell us?
It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Kieran's late Minister of Justice. Wait. But wasn't... But Apollo! Figure this. He wasn't the Minister of Justice at that time.
No, not my father.
So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one?
They've been right all along.
Nyuta? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karkul Kurin was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was...
Bingo.
Got him! You, Queen Garan! What?
Oh, right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one.
So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it?
This is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing?
Because she would ascend to the throne.
She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her. I mean, come on, you guys couldn't tell by just looking at her? Like, look at her!
I find this all very hard to swallow.
Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart?
And it was you who killed my father. Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Such insolence!
Peasants, always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny it, then? You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs? Oh, Nyuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head.
Aw, shit. Nuh-uh. Yudi ain't gonna do that.
Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nyuta! Nyuta, you dare defy me? Shut that up! Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
Retract, you say?
Dirk, the final piece of evidence you left behind, has released Nyuta from his suffering. And now he's finally free.
In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
Oh, shit.
3DS moment.
Dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution! Insolent fool! Now you prattle on about revolution?
Would you look at that? Well, Apollo? It seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us.
Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garan's guilt, we could continue down that road, towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of.
Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense?
Not so fast, your majesty. For the cuffs would have been stolen and used under my knowledge, without my knowledge. So, you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything.
Why, I believe you're right.
But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding the case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Sadmani's retracted his confession, we'll have to redeliberate. We'll have to redeliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it's clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan. The defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Karin.
Do you have any evidence, defense?
Evidence that'll prove Garan was the killer? There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is? Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of the disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have been splattered onto the killer. So the blood-soaked clothes would have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around here somewhere, then...
Objection!
I was wondering what absurd idea you would conduct next. Clothing can be disposed of almost anywhere. I doubt you can find them now.
Objection!
Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you'd been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa, you would not dare! When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No, she did not. So, maybe she did dispose of them somewhere in the courtyard.
Objection!
The police did a thorough sweep of the entire area following the crime. But they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. It makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. If Garan wasn't carrying around any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Or they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. His clothes would be hidden. Wait. Let me look at the... Can I see the outside at all? Be found. They'd never be found, huh? Maybe the tomb? No, but they would be found there. I'm guessing they're intact.
You reckon in the tomb? That was my first intuition, but... Yeah, alright.
Take that!
The tomb. I believe the clothing was hidden there.
Yes, it's the only place it can be. Well, surely they removed the body, right? I'll just say the sarcophagus, why not?
Take that!
Again. Of course! That makes perfect sense. Not that they wouldn't have been found earlier, you know, when a certain detective was examining the coffin, you know? Like, it wouldn't have been found then, at that point. The clothes weren't simply hidden. They were returned to where they belonged.
By that you mean...
The killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Oh, wait. They just used his they just used his clothes. They put it back on him. They were found earlier. Oh, I see. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus, so the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right. Before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid behind the curtain in the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body. That's based. They're just like, yeah, we'll just leave him naked in there for a few moments. Like Bro's dignity didn't already get taken when he was killed like that.
Objection!
Nah, I mean, he was shot 3 times. I mean, it's pretty based. Very manly. He didn't really lose anything, except for his life. So, what? This is all just speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove they are somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
And that's where you're wrong. But I believe you already know that. Because of this? I can't really see the holes. In the blood?
Take that!
The bloodstains on Dirk's chest prove that his clothes were used during the crime. Oh, there's even unique dialogue for this. I beg to differ, Mr. Justice. I believe Detective Skye already offered a suitable explanation for those. Dirk had been shot 3 times in the chest. Oh, right. So then, these bloodstains. Yes, they were the product of Minister Inga's bullets. So the ones, just the ones lower then. Interesting there was a unique one, though. The splatter.
Take that!
The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There are also some blood splatter expanding from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood splatter came from... Minister Inga? You know, what we're arguing? Why'd you make me say it? If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following.
Exactly. And that was your own testimony, word for word.
Why, you insolent...
Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you're the one who killed Justice Minister Inga.
Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Kirin? Do not think for one moment that such impudence will...
I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in the Sacred Hall, Your Eminence. Because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice!
Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer.
Oh?
Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act? Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband? Your dear brother, who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall be also found guilty.
No! What? What? That can't be!
Can it?
By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal. And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play.
But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it.
When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one's above the law.
Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point?
You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let's leave all of our thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs.
She wants us to just let her off the hook, scot-free? And yet, I don't see any other choice.
We cannot yield. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it! Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she committed. But...
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rafa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist.
Terrorist?
If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Kirin, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders.
What? Immediate execution?
You still not comprehend? Let me be clear for the sake of the kingdom's future. And in accordance with the laws of Kirin, I command that you be put to death at once.
Uh-oh. What the? Well, you know what I could say? Queen Amara's alive, so, we don't need you anymore. We can just reinstate the old queen.
Especially since she's innocent. And then she can get rid of that DC act, and then boom, we're all free and you're in the slammer. Isn't this going a bit too far? Why's the Grand Royal Guard?
They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Wow, so evil.
Objection!
No, come on, this is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order an execution without due process.
Hold it!
Now look, Apollo. Truth and due process are certainly important. But so's your life. Think before you speak again. But...
Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity.
what do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? Yes, we should! I know what I have to do! Mr. Wright, you know that you're saying constant... You know what, that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Sorry, it's fucking late. I don't want to muck up this, but... Yeah. Alright, let me retry. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Nayuta. You know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields?
Apollo.
They're not merely words. They're what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words were more important to me than you know. If there's any time to remember them, it's now.
It would seem, Apollo, that not one, but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds, hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff.
I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody.
Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there is another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do in this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spider's immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that? It's just not part of my playbook. There's only one path before us. Revolution! The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Jiren, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate pleading know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Garan is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her, right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine! We can't give up, not now! We have to keep fighting on to the end.
We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. Amara. Here we go. If I accuse Garan, Nayuta will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he'll be put to death in accordance with the law. So the only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. The Founder's Orb? Perhaps? Mayhaps correct! Is the Founder's Orb the key to the revolution? Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution, and the Kyurin's future. In light of Garan's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it all starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder even after abducting Miss Faye, after all. You didn't know the Founder's name? The name of the Founder is only known to those who become queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Garan and Amara. So even if somebody else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. So that begs the question, why is Garan so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Garan's obsessed with the orb because she can't channel spirits. Garan wants spiritual power. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garan can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live, to stand in for when the time came to channel spirits? So if Garan can't channel spirits, she'd have no claim to the throne. Garan has no claim to the throne. Garan's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority. But if she had no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people. That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer?
Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once.
It's easy, Your Majesty. Why is Queen Garan so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why'd she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answer to these 3 questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core.
I still do not follow, Apollo.
Your Eminence? Okay, that rhymed. I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you?
What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead?
The defense will explain himself at once.
Kurin, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But, Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would become rendered null and void. And you, the Garan Royal Guard. You seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person? A pretender to the throne?
That's crazy talk! Impossible, everyone knows only champions get...
Such blasphemy! On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim?
Queen Garan? If you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly.
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the Founders should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founders look like. And as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Kirin.
To witness Her Eminence's great power with our own eyes? The Holy Mother will appear before us? Oh, great miracle of miracles! Praise be, Your Eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way.
Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins!
Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot?
No, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
I'm a lawyer. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Kirin. You can thank your Defense Culpability Act for that. Yeah. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse at your magnificent power. Summon Her Holiness so that she may guide us. I've had enough of you. Out of my sight, all of you. If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer! Oh, that reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It's time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Garan, your reign of terror ends here! Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a... here I go. I'll do it right now. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Whoa, Your Eminence! O great spirit of the Founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us. Ooh, here it comes! Did she just fart? No, I'm sorry. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oh, Spirit of Founder, grace us with your sacred presence. The time is now, I beseech you. Appear before us. Heed my call. Founder, please. Uh-oh. No, wait. I was just warming up. The rite actually starts from now. Look. Holy Mother. Bro fell in the pool. Well, darn tootin' seems we got a red-handed. Yes, sir, indeed. It seems like this case is over here.
Prosecutor Salmari, how is Her Eminence?
It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother.
I see. But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not?
Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later.
And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent the coup d'etat. But what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago?
To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention.
She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants?
So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara ever listened to Garan in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Kudan think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan.
My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced?
I don't know how to say that.
So obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is.
Acquiesced? So, that's what happened? And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no chance but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nena. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her.
Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Sanmari has been cleared of all suspicion of the murder of Minister Inga. As has Mr. Dirk Sanmari in the assassination attempt in Queen Amara. Now then, I think it's high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuta Sanmari.
Not guilty! Hooray! Yippee! Let's go! Hooray! I can't say thank you to Gumshoe because he's not here with the confetti. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. And you're just smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of, it's finally happening.
With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned.
Ugh! God damn! That was 6.5 hours of one court day. Ugh. I can't say it's new, but oh man. Goodness gracious.
Way to go, Apollo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom.
That was a shocker, all right. I can't imagine anything like that happening back home.
I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach him a lesson myself.
Really? I was barely able to hold her back. When they threatened Nick, I mean, well, ooh, jeez.
Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic for a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest.
You remind me never to say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. No, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself.
For me?
That's a laugh. There are any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck to it until the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will.
and inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won this. You finally won his seal of approval. Oh, by the way, your DualSense is low, Apollo. You should probably charge that.
Not my fault. I've been playing this for 7 hours.
What about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way, too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already.
Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk.
That was pretty cool, Polly.
Trucy? 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 What are you doing here?
It's magic.
I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick.
Okay.
What? Well, it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual.
Trucy, do you even have a passport? My magic fannies are in extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini-universe in there. I can produce a passport at the drop of my hat.
Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery.
Hornhead, Barbed Head, I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have today. It's pathetic, I know.
That's where you're wrong, Your Benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garan. That decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, Benevolence. You should be proud of yourself.
I see. So I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that I may know peace and prosperity once more.
Well, she sure bounced back quick. So, Your Benevolence, I take it you've learned the truth of your origins? That you're the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara?
Yes, my mother. Her Eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining.
If you can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal.
My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother.
Yeah, it sounds like there was no love lost there.
But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father would no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear.
So what's next for the Kingdom of Kyurin? I mean, you lost your queen, so... Her Benevolence Queen Rayfa will ascend to the throne. What about the other queen? You know, the... I guess she can just be an advisor. Nayuta, but she can't channel spirits yet, right?
Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own.
Yep, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Big...
Bah?
Is she gonna say what I think she is?
What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop?
Ow!
In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being.
Queen Amara?
Our country offers console to the rulers of the neighboring kingdoms through channeling.
Her council? No, console.
It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I'll have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity.
So then, she's gonna be alright?
Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage.
No, that's a relief. You did it, AJ! Oh, thanks to you both, Dirk and the Yuta beat the charges against him. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Laser. It's a big reunion. And you got the revolution rolling the boot. The revolution, Dirk? Yeah, I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir. There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Tyranny's history. Yeah, right. Oh, Nyuta, before I forget. There was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. Oh, his badge?
Take that!
This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man who's gonna change Kyurin, it's only right that you have it. To change Kyurin. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There's something I would like to show you. What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. So why'd you bring us here, Nyuta? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Kyurin. What? But why? We've lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to our court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer, and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Kyurin's legal system from the ground up. Nah, I think he's gonna deny it. I mean, Apollo's made a new home. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual successor. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy. But it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize this dream? Come on, AJ! You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together! You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course. I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Right Anything Agency to consider, too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, your office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you, too. There's no way I can agree to this. Yeah, I'm sorry, Apollo. You made yourself a new home. You can't be running off back here. I mean, come on. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Tina's right. It won't be easy, but... Athena, Trucy. Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. I know that I will not question whatever choice you make.
Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working as the Right Anything agency? Or should I stay in Kirin and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? You built your own home, pal. What's the right thing for me to do? Is there a canon answer? Surely. It's not gonna make me pick, is it? I don't know. I would pick go with your new family. Especially since, you know, Trucy is technically your sister's son. You know.
The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Kirin?
I bet he was up all night thinking. This is life-changing, after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it.
I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him.
Hey, guys!
I know that booming voice anywhere!
You guys are leaving without me? That's real rude of you. I made it.
Apollo, you here? Does this mean you're coming home with us?
Well, about that. Mr. Wright? Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is, the moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Kirin. No! Bad ending! I didn't collect all the 7 fucking Slenderman pages to make Apollo come with us. How dare you? How dare you, Apollo? You've got some nerve.
You're staying? But...
I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo! Dirk's roadmap for the future. In your teachings, I believe that these 2 things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo. I've never felt prouder. Proud to have such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Ah, let's go. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Oh, thank fucking God, Apollo. It would not be the same without you. I could not live without you in Ace Attorney. Yeah, but like, my personal feelings mean more than people in Kirin, so...
Will we really see you again, Apollo?
You bet! Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. But I promise you this. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. I wonder where the next game's gonna take off then. With that little nugget of information, I'm guessing the next game's gonna take place when Apollo comes back. Unless we're gonna have a new protagonist. Another new lawyer. Or maybe Athena will get her trilogy. I don't know. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There'll always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright.
I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm gonna support your way all the way.
Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Troop Gramarye proud.
I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me.
In other words, game on?
You bet, and I'm gonna win.
I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo, but I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the States again. Until then, you know where to find me. The legacy of those who came before us. As handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation. Sonic generations?
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
And he said he's coming back. Oh, that's adorable. Oh my god, Shadow.
We're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Aw. I mean, Apollo's technically her, well, yeah, her brother. Hey, AJ, what's going on? Oh, I'm actually dead. Bye. Justice Law Offices. Ba-boom. There you go. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh no. Full on credits. I was like, oh, I'm waiting for the thing. Right. Oh.
Go on, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself.
I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut.
Well, it seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave the nest.
We're fast rivals, you know. I can't let him hog the spotlight.
It's just not the same without Apollo.
Yeah, can't miss him.
I know, we should go visit him in Kirin.
Yeah. I can't break until the credits are over.
After seeing Mr. Justice in action, I got to thinking, what can I do for Kirin? Then it came to me, tourism. That's what. I'll develop Kirin's tourism industry. I'll just roll out Night Tourist Center on the Founder's Orb. Oh, and make a museum dedicated to divine dragons. Boy, the ideas just keep coming.
I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Detective Sky.
Thank you, but Prosecutor Samari says move. So starting tomorrow, I'll be working Kirin for a while.
Look at it this way. Sure to be an educational experience.
True. Plus, I can't let that kid show me up either. I'll see what I can do for Kirin's revolution.
Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to your next investigation upon your return.
Blah. That darn forehead face! Ever since he revealed his secret behind our teleportation trick, show requests have totally dried up. Oh, we'll be out on the street if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we should take Josie up on her offer. She said we could make our debut as magicians at the Right Editing Agency. Shut up, I'm gonna repay her someday. Nothing fires you up like a bit of rivalry.
I think that was... Yeah. This track is going hard, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm vibing with this. Just like in this trial right now, I have faith that Dirk and my darling Tarust will watch over them both. Have no fear. We'll see Dirk's legacy through to the end. And just for Junior there, here's the secret to being a man among men. Behold, death pose! Ooh-wah, ooh-wah! Ooh, it sounds like the little... Come on, little guy, don't be shy. I forgot she was pregnant, honestly. I've been pulling double duty ever since Apollo left, but that's okay. I'm gonna make Simon recognize me for the awesome lawyer that I am.
She's quaking in her boots.
Widget, I can do it, and I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this.
Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry manner?
Don't be mad, Simon. There was a party. I don't know. It should still taste fine. Here, try some.
You great big Pollock. I just lost my appetite because of you. It's hard enough to find good help these days. Wouldn't you say, old chum?
That trial the other day really inspired me. I've even created a Rakugo routine based on Shisho's case. It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping the audience's thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Udon Noodle Key. You're giving away too much in the title. Keep the Tenaido school going is our way of paying penance and repaying our debt to Shisho. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid Owen. You know Owen's a part of you, right? He's not a real kid.
Silence.
Haha, with my newfound mobility, even ancient ruins and their fancy schmancy Tomb Raider traps, they're no match for me. Fire! The university where my father worked is letting me help with a dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization and dedicate it to him.
I'll be going on a dig and getting soon. That private justice had better not be slacking off.
Keep forgetting that there's a voice changer on the helicopter. I'm gonna be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae Clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Curain Village. Oh, I have an idea. Have it opening a store where we can buy new outfits like city girls wear. Look who's all grown up now. But I think there are a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. Guess it'll be a while before I can get my revolutionary makeover. Next game, Pearls. Next game, you can look like a regular, adult. Maybe you can wear some normal clothes the next game, Mother! Now that you've stopped being Nana, I want a new Nana. I wonder if there would be anyone willing to serve you at the capacity. You are quite the handful, after all. Oh, yeah? With a simple wave of my hand, you will have your entire attire changed, meals prepared. I think I've been such a undue burden. Fear not, Rafa. You will have plenty of time in which to make amends. Perhaps you could start with one of my famous shoulder rubs. Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red when she speaks to me. What have I done to deserve such animosity? Well, it's true that I am merciless with the Hall of Justice. To be given such a dismissive name, it's entirely uncalled for. What am I to do? Perhaps I'll insult Apollo on this. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Are we done? Jeez, that montage at the end is always the worst. Hey, Phoenix. How's he doing, Mr. Wright? Great! He's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh! Jove. Oh, is this... So good to see him again. This is their mother. Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? After all, they've both grown into fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Oh my god! Oh my god! So you're gonna tease the next game? And then... But Ace Attorney 7 hasn't happened yet. Come on, man. Come on, man. Alright, tell him when he returns to the States. A fan game. Apollo visits from Kyurem for Maya's Kyurem master ceremonies. Huh. Well, there you go. That was the Apollo trilogy. Not entirely, but I will give my thoughts anyways. I will say, I think the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, yeah, it can't be really beat. But this did a formidable job and was great. I loved 99.9% of all the new characters. There's a few stinkers, but 99.9% of them were amazing. And I really love the backstory they gave Apollo. You know, all three of them. Very, very fun. We know basically, well, I think we know relatively more about Apollo than we do about Phoenix. Which is kind of wacky, but there you go. Until the next game, I suppose. Which we know Capcom's working on it, so who knows if they're going to revolutionize it, bring in some new ideas and concepts. I hope they do. I hope there's like maybe like an overworld or something you can run around and talk to people and get more like flavor dialogue. Something that they kind of experimented with investigations where you could run around an area and actually investigate. It'd be great to see that come back in a bigger capacity and not have it be so single file, so to say. And it's not that, you know, Ace Attorney hasn't done that. That's a big majority of the first trilogy is exploring each and every, like, basically page. And, you know, pinpointing, oh, here's a clue, here's a clue. If you can actually run around and pick up items and flip them around and, you know, have a whole room and map to explore to gather clues and stuff would be great. But I don't know. It's up to Capcom. I would be 100% okay with a just normal Ace Attorney game. And that's true. That's true also. That's kind of why I've been thinking about what the like new revolutionary thing would be. Because every Ace Attorney game has been a handheld game. And it's going to be... The next one's going to be a modern gen game. So, one, it's going to look amazing. I know Capcom's capable of it because of Monster Hunter, Resident Evil. We know they can make some beautiful graphics. So, I'm excited what they have. Oh, speak of the devils. Yeah, I don't know. But I am very excited. I am beside myself with excitement. Good. Hold on. Photo. Dear Mr. Wright. He writes in cursive? Well, that deducts points, Mr. Nerd. Dear Mr. Wright. I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy.
Have you not given the autopsy report a cursory glance, Mr. Justice?
It's just, I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Kyurem's legal system or not?
If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster.
Yeah, I know, but,
Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more waiting your services.
What?
Might you have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation? And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate they will only add about 16 clients to your caseload.
Now, wait just 1 minute.
I've been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. I've already received requests from 380 new clients.
I'm gonna have to say something, aren't I? Well, there's a thing as well. In such a new Ace Attorney, where, you know, say you have like a little bit of an open, like maybe not an open world, but like an open hub that you can explore. Maybe having multiple cases that you can go and work on individually from each other and take breaks from one and start another, something like that. It's not a bad idea. It would be difficult to keep track of, and surely they would probably still have the ability to do one at a time, but even having that option would be cool.
I trust you in your Cords of Steel exercises. I trust you did your Cords of Steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back.
Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today.
Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead.
There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've used countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of. Objection! You gotta say objection with them every time. I mean, come on. There you go. The end. I would say my favorite... Oh, what's my favorite one out of the three? It's hard to say. Ba-da-ba-ba-bo. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I don't know what my favorite one is of, well, Phoenix, right. Apollo's trilogy. You know, I gotta say it, I think the first one, honestly. I think the first one's my favorite. I don't know. Something about it was just, I don't know. I don't remember what I said at the end of the second one. They're all good in their own ways. Nah. Alright, well. Whoops. We got one more to do. The DLC episode, of course. I have no idea what entails this one. It looks like there's maybe like a marriage going on, a lot of clockwork. Something rather. So, who knows what this will entail. But apparently Larry is in it, so I'm excited. We'll probably get into this next week. I have work, so I won't be here for the next 2 days, but we'll be back next week with more Spirit of Justice to finally put a nail in the coffin of Phoenix Wright until Capcom releases their next big game. We still have Great Ace Attorney, remember? We got Great Ace Attorney ready to go of the duology, which are the most modern incarnations. So I'm excited to see how well done those ones are. And apparently, they're some of Big Boss's favorites, too. But yeah, I can't wait. Simply, I can't wait. I can't wait to play this DLC. I can't wait to play the Great Ace Attorney. And I can't wait for the next Ace Attorney game that Capcom is surely developing right now. And I'm sure it'll blow all of us out of the water. And maybe finally, you know, do the thing with Trucy and, you know, Apollo and, you know, and whatnot. All right. Well, everybody, I will see you later. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry this was so long. 6 hours, and then plus that first hour that we had to morph on at the start of this. There you go. You can tell my voice is going. It's been going for the last, like, 2 hours. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.